Chapter 807. Fatty Duan came over as if he was asking for a beating. Hit me with everything you've got, I'll let you vent your anger. Damn Duanda, this is my flesh. Yi Fan grabbed his collar and resisted the urge to beat him into a pig's head. He actually wanted to kick him crazily. This damned fatty was too hateful. No matter how he looked at him, he looked like he deserved a beating. His smile was unlikable. Jade Lake. Auspicious energy swirled around spiritual peaks, auspicious earth accompanied by multicolored clouds. The beautiful lake was enshrouded in mist, creating a picturesque scene. Gazing into the distance, there was no lack of majestic energy amidst the beauty. 3,000 feet of silver waterfalls, 8,000 zhang of giant mountains, grand and magnificent like a Kunlun immortal realm. Outside the Jade Lake, there were people descending on auspicious clouds from time to time. There were humans riding on flying swords, as well as ancient creatures shrouded in demonic energy. During this distinguished meeting, all of the 10,000 archaic races will come. Are you just throwing your life away by swaggering through the streets like this? Yi Fan pressed down on his head, wanting to forcefully extract his primordial spirit. Don't worry. The first rule of the Jade Lake Distinguished Meeting is that no matter how great the enmity is, no battles are allowed here. Duanda resisted with all his might. Yi Fan was shocked. This damned fatty was truly a bit unfathomable. He actually couldn't force out his primordial spirit. I'll return it to you later. This place isn't suitable. Duanda grimaced in pain. It was clear that he was under great pressure as well. Don't waste your energy. No matter what, this grandpa is still someone who will rebuild after breaking, even though I still broke in the end. From time to time, creatures riding on ancient treasures passed by. When they saw them, they couldn't help but give them a few glances. Soon after, someone finally recognized them. Isn't that the human race's holy body? He also came. Many people were shocked. Quite daring, actually daring to come here. Aren't you scared of having your tendons pulled out and your bones peeled off? An old ancient creature laughed coldly in the distance. Duanda sneered and said, with this one here, you can just King stay where you are. Even though the distinguished meeting has rules that forbid killing, if you provoke me, I'll still blast you into dregs. That ancient creature released a cold snort and turned around to leave. He came from a small clan, so he didn't dare to recklessly take action here. Otherwise, if he really was killed by the Western Emperor Pagoda, no one would help him. You feel good using my body to show off, don't you? Yi Fan's expression was not friendly, but he did not immediately withdraw his body. Because he was already at the peak of the second level of Immortal Foundation. Once his spirit and shell fused together, he would definitely attract a supreme heavenly tribulation. It was truly not suitable for him to do so in the Jade Lake. This was also the reason why he had the confidence to enter the Jade Pool. Even when facing the ancestors, he dared to trigger the thunder punishment and let them suffer the great tribulation of the saints. I say, brat, you need to be honest. The heaven-devouring demon jar is with you, so why would I show my might? When are you going to return it to me? Fatty Duan said forcefully. They walked into the Jade Pool side by side. Yi Fan didn't pay any more attention to him. He just felt that if he really needed to go through the heavenly tribulation, he would first strike this bastard until white smoke came out of him. You don't say. The various races of the supreme ancient immortal realms all have their own personalities. Look over there, there's a fellow with the head of a dog, the body of a human, and a pair of pure white divine wings on his back. There's even a divine halo around him. How interesting. Duanda commented. Shut up for me. If you dare to say another word, I will seal your mouth. Yi Fan spoke. This bastard actually dared to use his fleshly body to attract hatred here. He was truly asking for a beating. In that case, let's split up. You walk your path and I'll walk mine. Let's not obstruct each other's eyes. Duanda hesitated. After that, he stared at a figure that resembled a fiend god as he spoke. What's the origin of this person? He's so ferocious and has 4 heads and 8 arms. I'm sure it won't be easy to slaughter him. It was clear that the ancient creature in front of them heard their words. Its black hair was thick, and it wore King Clan armor. It was a dignified divine object, its eyes as sharp as sword radiance. If you keep grumbling, I don't want your body anymore. Either way, I have an even more powerful divine shell. The heaven-devouring devil jar will belong to me. Yi Fan threatened. Don't. Let's just walk around and chat. If I say any more, just slap my mouth. I won't resist at all. Motherf asterisk Kerr, that's my body. Hey look, there's a deity over there. He really is ferocious and powerful. His entire body is shining. If we hang him up, he might be able to become an everlasting lamp. Your mouth really is lowly. That's a king-level expert. I'll skin you alive later. Just skin me then. I won't resist at all. Return my body to me. I'm just speaking casually. Hey look, there's an unmatched overlord over there. He has 9 beautiful women's heads, yet he has a phoenix body. It's truly inconceivable. Those tail feathers are so beautiful. Yi Fan covered his mouth. This bastard's mouth was truly deserving of being trampled on. His mouth had reached the acme of perfection. Motherf asterisk Kerr, don't cover my mouth. I actually just wanted to say that a fan made from phoenix feathers is definitely priceless. I dug up a saint's tomb before, but unfortunately, a senior had already visited and only found a precious fan stone inscription. What a pity! Fatty Duan was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. There were still a few more days before the myriad clans meeting would begin, but many cultivators had already arrived at the Jade Pool. The races stood in great numbers and their appearances were all different. Many of the creatures were like gods and demons, extremely frightening. The Jade Pool was very vast, but there were many restrictions. Many areas couldn't be set foot in. With the divine might of the immortal tier's green golden pagoda covering the sky and earth, no one dared to take a step forward. However, the area that was opened for the meeting was also very vast. Precious trees were verdant and ancient trees were everywhere. There were spiritual peaks one after another, and there were lakes one after another. Clouds and multicolored clouds adorned the pure land. The area was vast enough, just to avoid conflicts from clashing with the different races. Dang! The divine bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. Many human race sect masters and ancient creatures all went out to welcome them. A cave master of the Fire Qilin Cave's 13th cave had arrived. This kind of identity couldn't help but be respectful. This was a race that had produced ancient emperors. They were extremely powerful during the archaic years, and there was a period when they ruled over the world. The tens of thousands of races all revered them, and there was no one who didn't fear them. They had wiped out many great races that didn't obey their orders. This race's inheritance is ancient, and the most terrifying thing is that there is an ancient prince still alive. He is their bloodline's trump card, personally sealed in the divine source by the archaic emperor back then. Some people discussed. Now that the various races appeared in the world, many secrets were revealed. The so-called ancient emperor's son should be the Fire Qilin. I wonder if he came or not. I believe he will definitely come to this kind of distinguished meeting. An ancient creature spoke with reverence. Even though they were all archaic races, there was still a difference in status, to the extent where the difference was like the clouds and mud. The human race didn't know for sure, but they could infer one or two things from the sons of the ancient great emperors. The sons of the ancient great emperors, every single one of them were exceptional figures from past to present, all of them only half a step away from verifying the Tao. They possessed incomparable talent and terrifyingly powerful bloodline power. These weren't empty words, because during the darkness chaos, there were imperial sons who appeared, sacrificing themselves for the Tao, suppressing all of the great chaos. Unfortunately, those heroes were all used up in the darkness chaos. If not for the fact that they were born in the same era as their imperial fathers, they would have already verified the Tao back then. Now, even though these ancient princes hadn't grown up yet, not reaching great success, they still avoided their father's generation. Sooner or later, they would definitely shock the world. Sai, do you know why I challenged the heavenly princes and Yuan Gu, and then missed them each time? Duanda was in a bad mood. Those bastards really are powerful. Even if we are at the same level, I still feel like the divine body doesn't have any advantage. Yi Fan was speechless. He had never believed that the divine body was number one under the heavens. The bloodline of the previous generations of ancient emperors was incomparable. There was nothing much to say, but he believed that he could compete with them. However, he knew that verifying the Tao wasn't determined by one's bloodline. Back then, the great emperor was merely immortal, but in the end, he stepped on the corpses of many kings to reach the apex, becoming unrivaled throughout the ages. Comparatively speaking, Yuan Gu isn't the most terrifying because he has the bloodline of the ancient emperors. Duanda actually revealed this piece of information. Half a day later, the divine bell rang again. One of the 17 mountain lords of the Blood Phoenix Mountain had arrived. His status was illustrious and incomparably respected. This bloodline had also produced ancient emperors and ruled over an archaic era. In the following 2 days, the human race was in an awkward situation. Up until now, only the barbarian king could be considered to be able to control the situation. There were no other kings. This was indeed an unnatural scene. The divine bell rang every day, but up until now, only the barbarian king of the human race was worthy of greeting. One didn't need to think to know that on the day of the Great Assembly, some great races would definitely send ancient kings. However, did the human race still have saints in this era? When they thought of this problem, many people didn't have the confidence to raise their heads. It would be great if Great Emperor Wu Shi appeared. Even if all the ancient kings of the various races came, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Yeah, even if the emperor's might doesn't appear, when the time comes, the human race's great sage Wang Lin can also come personally. Many people in the human race were discussing like this to cover up their current predicament. Yi Fan and Duanda had always been carefully observing. They understood the various races of the archaic era and compared their strengths. Saying that there were 10,000 races was actually an exaggeration. How could there be so many? 2 days later, a commotion broke out outside the Jade Pool. Although the divine bell didn't ring, many people rushed over to take a look. Who has arrived? Duanda was suspicious. Let's go take a look, said Yi Fan. Outside the Jade Pool, a young man walked over. He seemed calm, but every step he took seemed to harmonize with the heaven and earth. There was an indescribable rhythm to it. This was an extremely beautiful man. His appearance would make many women in the world jealous. He could be said to be peerless in style. His entire body was sparkling and flowing with divine splendor. There were several old servants protecting him. This was the first time Yi Fan had seen a man who was even more handsome than Hua Yunfei. There was nothing to pick on and he was close to perfection. Heavenly Prince. Many ancient creatures bowed together. They were extremely sincere and there wasn't the slightest bit of falsehood. This was the son of the undying heavenly emperor. He had appeared today. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with light. He finally saw the only bloodline of the deities in the hearts of the various races of the archaic era. The heavenly prince was surrounded by a 5-colored divine ring. He was like the son of a deity that descended into this world. Even his hair seemed to be sparkling as he walked over step by step. His eyes were extremely deep. Within them, there were actually mountains and rivers evolving, the vicissitudes of time, and all kinds of deductions of ascension to immortality. It was truly shocking. Yi Fan was astonished. This was definitely the precious inheritance left behind by the undying heavenly emperor. It was a priceless secret. The heavenly prince stared at Yi Fan and Duanda with a single glance. His eyes swirled with radiance. An elder behind him even snorted coldly. Human race's holy physique, you came as well. This time, you finally didn't miss it. Let's see where you can run to this time. That elder sneered coldly. His killing intent was boundless. Suddenly, a long roar sounded from the distance. However, a streak of golden holy light had already arrived before the sound. It carried with it heaven overflowing blood energy as it smashed down with a large black rod. You're right. Let's see where you can run to this time. A golden figure rushed over and shouted loudly. Audacious! An old servant behind the heavenly prince walked up and blocked in front of him, facing this large rod. Pooh! Without any suspense, after the black rod smashed down, this unfathomably powerful old servant was smashed into meat paste. He was crushed on the spot. This was actually a golden holy ape. Its entire body was resplendent and blood energy filled the sky. It faced the sky and roared with incomparable might. Yi Fan was overjoyed. The monkey was unharmed and actually arrived today. The others all turned pale with fright. The son of the Emperor of Fighting had arrived. His status was high and he came for the heavenly prince. No one could compare to him. Chapter 808. After a few months, the monkey appeared in this world again. He didn't encounter a great disaster. He stood there with a large black gold rod in his hand, appearing extremely heroic. At this moment, his eyes were fiery, and the hair on his body flickered with brilliance. It was as if they were cast from gold. His entire body was resplendent, as if a deity had descended into the mortal world. The large black rod was dripping with blood. One of the heavenly prince's protectors was beaten into a pile of mush. Bones and blood flew everywhere. The sacred prince appeared and even faced off against the heavenly prince. This was undoubtedly a huge commotion, triggering a huge commotion. Then, news quickly spread, and many people hurried over after hearing the news. What is the meaning of this? The heavenly prince's black hair scattered about. He was surrounded by a 5-colored divine ring. There were 9 of them in total, protecting him at the center. The monkey was extremely domineering. Golden holy light surged around his body, and the large black gold rod in his hand pointed forward. He looked forward arrogantly and said, "I don't have any other intentions. I just want to slaughter you." In all directions, everyone's expressions changed greatly. The inheritor of the battle's sacred ape bloodline had arrived. This was truly a confrontation that exceeded everyone's expectations. The sacred prince against the heavenly prince could be said to be opposing each other with equal harshness. Their statuses were all illustrious, and many archaic races had to bow down to them. They were the ones with the most powerful bloodlines, and their origins were terrifying. There was no need to talk about the undying emperor. There were countless legends about him, and he was an unrivaled existence that exceeded deities. The Emperor of Fighting was the last emperor of the archaic years. His strength was tyrannical and could be said to be heaven-defying. He was known as the Sacred Emperor, and he was the only one since ancient times. Their descendants clashed, and it was like a comet smashing into the great earth. The radiance was dazzling, and everyone couldn't help but pay attention. This was a clash between the most powerful descendants. Sacred Prince, you are unrestrained, killing my subordinates in front of everyone. Do you think my temper is too gentle? The heavenly prince walked forward. His appearance was heroic and majestic, perfect, and extremely dazzling. It was as if an ancient emperor had revived. I already said that I am going to kill you. In the past, you incited many people to take action against me, yet you still have the face to say these words. Today, I have recovered from my injuries, and I am going to kill all of you with a single strike. The monkey's aura was extremely wild. The golden battle saint's aura surged through the 9 heavens like a war god. None of the ancient creatures here dared to speak. They all felt great reverence towards these two. This was a battle between ancient princes, and normal people had no qualifications to interfere. Boom! The black cudgel in Monkey's hand swung down, dripping with blood. Droplets of blood dripped down, causing the void to tremble incessantly like a rag. The expression of an old servant behind the heavenly prince changed. He walked up to face the attack, not allowing his master to advance. He activated a copper lamp, the flame of the lamp's wick burning the heavens, suppressing downwards. Crack! The dark gold rod in the monkey's hand was even heavier than a mountain. It shattered the light and extinguished the divine flames, and it shattered the copper lamp into pieces with the might of Mount Tai. Pooh! There was still no suspense. This extremely powerful old servant's head was blasted into countless peach blossoms. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape, destroyed in his flesh. I've become a king. A servant behind the heavenly prince exclaimed. He quickly rushed forward and stood in front of the heavenly prince, blocking the monkey's attack. Clang! This old servant held a dragon horn mace that released a string of scarlet light. A scarlet dragon flew out and collided with the large mace, releasing waves of Dao sounds. All types of auspicious lights and auspicious colors shone brilliantly. This was a confrontation between kings. The people in the back were horrified, all of them quickly backing up. An expert of this level was rarely seen in the human race, making many sect masters suck in a cold breath of air. The great battle was fast and intense. The monkey was like the emperor of fighting, trampling on heaven and earth, the large rod sweeping out, valiant under the heavens, brandishing the world. Ding. Sparks flew in all directions between the metal rod and the dragon horn mace. Strand after strand of auspicious energy was destroyed, auspicious light scattered. The great Tao traces were blasted apart. The monkey's power suppressed all directions, blasting this old servant until he coughed out blood and retreated. Truly worthy of being the son of the holy emperor, famous for his fighting prowess, intimidating the world. He injured me when he was just at the initial stage of severing the Tao. This old servant's chest rose and fell intensely, his entire body swirling with radiance. He was extremely shocked. Good. Yi Fan was sincerely happy for the monkey. Not only did the monkey return alive, it even crossed a threshold that was extremely difficult to cross. One had to understand that the third immortal severing Tao had stopped who knew how many people. Those with world-shocking talent might face even greater resistance. The Heavenly Prince's expression finally changed. He was also stuck at this trial, not successfully severing the Tao even now. If he faced the monkey just now, it would most likely be disastrous. Child of God, do not take action. What you lack is only time. A year of cultivation is equivalent to 100 years of cultivation for others. In the future, no one will be able to contend against you. That old servant spoke. Sacred Prince, you are a member of the archaic emperor race, yet you walk together with the human race's divine body, even taking action against the various clans. Are you going to betray your ancestors? The Heavenly Prince shouted. You really care too much. Who I walk together with, do you have the right to care? Also, stop putting so many hats on me. During the archaic era, the 10,000 clans stood in great numbers, fighting all year round. Blood flowed like rivers in the savage Great Earth, and as for how many clans were wiped out, no one could say for sure. I've never heard of the 10,000 clans being a single family, all of them dominating for thousands of years. Apart from this, the human race is also a branch of the 10,000 clans. Regardless of whether I walk together with the human race's divine body or the Blood Phoenix Mountain's inheritor, there isn't much of a difference. The monkey was also extremely sharp. His aura was like a rainbow as he walked forward with the rod in hand. He wanted to attack and kill the Heavenly Prince. The Heavenly Prince sneered and said, "The present is no longer the archaic era. The various clans have reappeared, wishing to rule the world once more. However, the original Great Earth has already been completely occupied by the human race. Could it be that your actions are not rebelling against the various great clans? What is the coexistence of 10,000 clans? You don't understand it all, so don't try to reason with me. Do you really think that you are the child of God? I don't feel anything special about the undying heavenly emperor at all." When the monkey's words sounded, the expressions of many ancient creatures changed. The undying heavenly emperor was a taboo existence that could not be blasphemed against. Shut your mouth. What ability do you have to dare criticize the archaic heavenly emperor? This is a great crime of disrespect, one that must be punished by the entire world. The old servant that was fighting against the Heavenly Prince shouted with the dragon horn mace in hand. Even a servant like you dares to shout in front of me? Get lost. The monkey shouted loudly. The metal rod swung outwards, blasting the Heavenly Prince into retreat. Cracks appeared one after another on his body, and a streak of blood flowed out from the space between his brows. Sacred Prince, you are going too far. The Heavenly Prince's eyes were terrifying. His black hair flowed down like a waterfall, and 9 divine rings appeared behind him. There was a total of 5 colors, as if he was the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor. The monkey laughed coldly and said, "Back then, when my father corroborated the Tao, he completely overturned your old man's Tao field. What kind of divine miracle is that?" He was blasted into dregs by a single sacred emperor fist. He was merely deified by the later generations. When these words sounded, the entire place became silent. This was a taboo topic, yet the monkey didn't care at all. When he spoke like this, it made the hearts of many ancient races pound. The Emperor of Fighting was an existence that didn't fear the heavens or earth. He didn't believe in the so-called gods of the past at all. Otherwise, why would he dare to have such a title? There was only one thought in his heart, and that was, with me, I am invincible. Regardless of who it was, even if it was a legendary deity, as long as he faced them, he would only punch through them and blast them into powder. The various races of the archaic era had indeed heard of these rumors, but no one dared to discuss them too much. The end of the archaic era was the world of the sacred battle ape bloodline. The sacred emperor ruled the world, so who dared to go against him? Who would have thought that today, the monkey didn't feel any restraints and spoke everything out loud, making many ancient creatures keep quiet out of fear. Yi Fan finally understood why the heavenly prince wanted to take the monkey's life after he emerged into the world. Turns out there was this type of secret behind it. Even if you have the bloodline of an ancient emperor, you still cannot blaspheme the unmatched heavenly emperor. Today we will execute you. The injured old servant held the dragon horn mace and attacked again. The sonorous voice of the great Tao was like a sea, and auspicious light filled the sky as it hacked towards the monkey's head. At the same time, an even older ancient creature threw himself over, rushing towards the monkey. Yi Fan's expression changed. He sensed how powerful this person was and feared that something would happen to the monkey. The unmatched sacred shell erupted with brilliance, but it concealed its mysteries as it immediately rushed over. His fists smashed outwards, colliding with that even older servant. A string of bloody radiance erupted. That old servant's palm first exploded, and then his entire arm exploded. In the end, his body also cracked apart, flying outwards, but he didn't rot away. At the same time, the monkey's rod also smashed the dragon horn mace into several dozen pieces, causing that old servant's arms to split apart and fall off. In the surroundings, regardless of whether it was the ancient creatures or humans, they were all incomparably shaken. However, not a single person dared to step forward. The grudges between the ancient emperor's son was something they didn't want to get involved in. On the battlefield, Yi Fan and the monkey stood shoulder to shoulder. Duanda also walked over with large steps, and then they pressed forward together like three war gods. Golden blood energy linked together. Sacred Prince, so what if you've severed your Tao? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? The heavenly prince's voice was cold. The 9 divine rings behind his head quickly enlarged and released a wave of terrifying fluctuations. Divine child, calm your anger and do not forcefully take action. Your talents are number one throughout the ages, and when you succeed in severing your Tao, no one in the same generation can match you. You will become an existence like the heavenly emperor. Please enter the jade pool, we will deal with him. His protector spoke. Shameless boasting. The monkey spat coldly and said, back then, my father's greatest regret was that he wasn't born in the same era as the undying heavenly emperor and couldn't blast him into dregs. Now that you and I are in the same era, it's perfect for me to deal with you and fulfill my old father's wish. These words could be said to be extremely disgraceful and unfilial, but not a single one of the surrounding ancient creatures dared to say anything. They all pretended not to have heard anything. The monkey's father was the archaic era's last sacred emperor. Many ancient creatures had personally experienced the era when he ruled over the world. His battle prowess could crush the heavens. Even now, they would feel great fear and reverence whenever they talked about him. Back then, even the most powerful individuals of the various races had to prostrate themselves in worship. He was too high to reach. After all, he was a living sacred emperor. He was a bit more real than the legendary undying heavenly emperor. It was also precisely because of this that no matter how domineering the monkey was and how disrespectful he was towards the archaic heavenly emperor, no one felt that it was strange. The battle's sacred ape bloodline had always been like this. They didn't fear the heavens or the earth, destroying all legends. At this moment, Yi Fan, the monkey, and Duanda pressed forward together, forming a powerful blood energy storm. Golden holy light submerged this place. Who dares to stir up trouble here? disregarding the rules of this distinguished meeting? A loud shout sounded from the jade pool. There were great figures who appeared. Many figures rushed over. A mountain lord from the Blood Phoenix 17 Mountains, a cave master from the Fire Qilin 13 Caves, and others all came. They were all imperial family representatives. When they saw that it was the monkey who shouted murderous words, all of their hearts jumped. This was not someone who was easy to deal with. The monkey's current identity was too sensitive. If he really did stir up trouble, everyone would feel restraining fear. I haven't stepped foot into the jade pool yet, so it can't be considered violating the Great Meeting's rules. Today, I wish to kill the undying Heavenly Emperor's son. The monkey held a large black club in his hands. Killing intent surged, his domineeringness boundless. Chapter 809. The monkey surged with killing intent and was extremely domineering. The heavy black metal club in his hand pointed forward as if it was going to collapse mountains and rivers within 100,000 li. A creature with the heads of 9 beautiful women but the body of a phoenix spoke. The meeting of the myriad races is about to begin. Now, all killing is forbidden. Peace is the most important. However, the monkey's large club had already smashed out, hacking forward murderously, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. Even the short mountain at the side was uprooted, about to collapse. He had already taken action to kill the heavenly prince. He was incomparably domineering and didn't listen to advice at all. The lords of the Blood Phoenix 17 Mountains and the Fire Qilin 13 Caves were all extraordinary existences. Great clans that had produced ancient emperors possessed incomparably lofty statuses. The other clans all had to be respectful when they saw them. Who dared to not give them face? However, one was the heavenly prince and the other was the sacred prince. Their origins were astonishing, making things difficult for them. At this moment, both sides didn't listen to advice. The battle didn't stop here and was about to carry out a life and death battle. This made their hearts jump. If an ordinary person didn't listen to advice, they would have long killed them. Ding. String after string of sparks shot out like shooting stars piercing through the sky, drawing out dazzling radiance outside the jade pool. Several old servants went up together, strenuously blocking this shocking attack. They all staggered back with large steps, blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths. The monkey was incomparably valiant. The great club's power was heavy and ferocious, its astral energy surging. Several short mountains at the side were uprooted from the staff's winds, rumbling and collapsing. The scene was terrifying. The hearts of many great clans' representatives were greatly shaken. This was the son of Emperor fighting. He had just severed his Dao, yet he already possessed such power. Who in the younger generation could contend against him? Princes, please calm your anger. No matter what kind of grudges you have, you can discuss them in detail in the jade pool. There is no need to make a big fuss here. An ancient creature that was rather old spoke. Now, even the imperial clans of the Divine Silkworm Ridge and Primordial Lake couldn't interfere in the dispute between the two princes. It was because none of them were simple characters. There was no need to mention the heavenly prince's identity. As the only descendant of a deity, all the races had to show him some respect. Moreover, many of the protectors of the 9 great dragon veins outside the ancient imperial mountain survived and were not eliminated by Wuxia. Now, there was an extremely impressive force behind him. As for the monkey, he wasn't someone to be trifled with either. This was especially so in recent times. Everyone was wary of him and didn't dare to offend him. Because of the Buddha's voice from the western desert, the victorious fighting Buddha of Mount Meru was still alive, and it was very likely that he was his uncle. This made the various imperial clans feel as if there was a boulder weighing down on their hearts. The younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting had avoided the era of his elder brother and lived to this day. Perhaps he could prove his Tao in the future. This was a great deterrent. Previously, when they heard that the monkey had been schemed against by some of the ancient races, they didn't think much of it. But now, things were different. Who would dare to play any tricks? No one dared to make things difficult for him anymore. If it was someone else who caused trouble before the start of the Grand Assembly, they would have been obliterated long ago. However, these two people were each more tyrannical than the other. Even the various royal families did not dare to touch them. In the end, two great races that had sent out ancient emperors appeared, blocking between them. Only then did the war stop. Blood Phoenix Mountain and Fire Qilin Caves people stood out, stopping them, not letting them get close. This could be considered an explanation to the people behind the two princes, not allowing them to fight to the death. The monkey was extremely unyielding, not wanting to stop at all. He cursed the heavenly prince in front of everyone's faces. Previously, the heavenly prince had joined forces with some experts to chase after him. This matter couldn't be allowed to end here. Sacred Prince, what do you plan to do? An aged ancient creature asked. The monkey insisted on killing the heavenly prince, not willing to give in. The battle's sacred ape race was extremely domineering. After being chased for half a year, he had a stomach full of anger. This is indeed a serious problem. As the son of the Emperor of Fighting, he is being chased after by some servants. This is blasphemy towards the ancient emperors. The divine Silkworm Ridge bloodline that hadn't spoken all this time stood out and spoke like this. Their statuses were revered, and they played an important role in the tens of thousands of races. Not far out, the heavenly prince's expression immediately changed, but he didn't say anything. There were great races that stood on the monkey's side, and this wasn't a good sign. Indeed, without a proper explanation, this can't be justified. Another archaic king race individual nodded in agreement. Those that leaned towards the heavenly prince's side all felt that things weren't good. If things got bigger, could it be that the two princes really were going to fight to the death? Everything is our fault. We shouldn't have acted on our own, shouldn't have shown hostility towards the sacred prince, and even more so shouldn't have led everyone to chase after him. This old servant is willing to use death to atone for our crimes. The old servants behind the heavenly prince stood out. Indeed, as servants, they dared to kill the Emperor of Fighting's only son. They have truly crossed the line and should be punished. The divine Silkworm Ridge's people nodded and said. Quite a few people's expressions changed. This was clearly standing on the monkey's side. However, they didn't press too hard, only wishing to execute these old servants. They didn't truly point towards the heavenly prince. We will use death to ask for forgiveness from the sacred prince. These three old servants were quite decisive, directly shattering their own primordial spirits on the spot. The space between their brows split open, ending their own lives on the spot. The heavenly prince's eyes were incomparably sinister. His face immediately fell ashen, his eyes releasing two terrifying streaks of radiance. If you aren't convinced, then come out and fight a round with me. The monkey was still domineering, using the black gold club to press forward. Alright, let's end things here. Those who want to kill the sacred emperor's son for no reason should indeed be punished, but there is no need to let the disturbance spread. Fire Qilin Caverns people spoke, and a few other great clans followed suit. At this moment, many ancient creatures kept quiet out of fear. This was truly a battle between deities, and they didn't dare get involved. The waters were too deep, and it might involve several great clans that were opposing and allied with each other. The monkey came, beating two people to death with his own club, and then forcing three to death. The heavenly prince's 5 protectors were all killed, making many people shiver in fear. They could feel how powerful he was. For the heavenly prince, this was undoubtedly a slap to the face. This was especially the case when the 3 people behind him were forced to death in front of everyone, making even his knuckles turn green. No one dared to discuss this, and quite a few people felt a chill run through their hearts. Even though today was a confrontation between the sacred emperor and the heavenly prince, it still revealed a few problems with the emperor clan. The monkey didn't continue to pursue this matter. He knew that enough was enough. It wouldn't be good if things continued any further. The disturbance passed just like that. Many cultivators walked towards the jade pool. None of them dared to get too close to the 2 princes out of fear of being viewed with hostility by the other side. The human race's holy body and monkey walked together, drawing the attention of many people. However, they didn't dare to say too much. Before, they already dared to curse the heavenly prince as an egg and Yuan Gu as a watermelon. Now that they were gathered together, it couldn't be any more normal. They were similarly lawless and out of control. The confrontation this time ended with the monkey's great victory, and the heavenly prince's face becoming ashen. Every single person had a balance in their hearts, thinking about how they were going to face these two in the future. Everyone says that the heavenly prince's aptitude is #1 since ancient times. A year of cultivation is equivalent to 100 years of cultivation for others. Once he succeeds in severing his Tao, he will definitely go crazy and take revenge. The battle-sacred ape race is as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. During the golden age of the archaic era, there were only 3 to 5 of them. However, each of them was heaven-defying. With such a small population, they were able to become part of the emperor clan and rule over the world. Do you think that the heavenly emperor's only son's aptitude would be bad? There were still a few days before the great meeting would begin. The various clans were discussing this in private, but no one dared to carelessly side with them. This was a great era, and the ancient emperor's bloodline was like a dormant divine lion. They had all come to this era and would all awaken. Not only these two, there were also Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, and the others. It was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. The fragrance of the snow orchid wafted through the air. Its petals fluttered down like snow, creating a pure white expanse. This was an ancient forest, all of them tall and strong snow orchid trees, releasing a strong fragrance. Between the green leaves hung snow-colored jade flowers, refreshing the mind. Yi Fan, the monkey, and Duanda sat around a stone table under the ancient tree, drinking to their heart's content. Not long after, Li Tian and Li Heishui found this place and joined in. Brother Monkey is mighty. Brother Monkey is domineering. The few of them felt very happy, especially Li Heishui, who hated the heavenly prince to the core. He had once been hunted down to the point where his life was worse than death. If it wasn't for the monkey in the past, he would have died long ago. Your Highness, your race didn't even have 10 people at its peak. How did you reproduce? Li Tian was most concerned about this kind of life event and was always studying it. The monkey was quite speechless, but in the end he still admitted that their bloodline was very domineering. They could marry other races, and the children they gave birth to would definitely be sacred apes. Duanda also said with a smile, Your Highness, where is the sacred mountain of your race? When will you bring us to take a look? I have great respect for the Emperor of Fighting. The monkey was a sentimental person. He patted his shoulder and said, There will be a chance. I'll bring you there in the future. Fatty Duan, you're so wicked. I think you're thinking about the cemetery of the sacred battling apes, right? Yi Fan hurriedly stopped the monkey and told him to keep his mouth shut. How can you doubt my character? I just want to test the supreme elegance of the Emperor of Fighting, Duanda said with a righteous expression. The monkey's expression was unkind, but in the end he poured a cup of wine for Duanda and said, I'll bring you into the origin ancient mine in the future. Help me bring something out. Don't be so ruthless. Duanda shook his head and refused immediately. Forgive me, I'm powerless. Many people from various races had come over these past few days, and the divine bell rang every day. They were all creatures with illustrious identities and deserved to be welcomed by everyone. The human race was still in an awkward situation. Apart from the barbarian king, there was no one who could suppress the situation. On this day, there was another commotion outside the jade pool. Yuan Gu, who was born on a demonic mountain in the primordial lake, had appeared. It was another bloodline of an ancient emperor. As expected, Yuan Gu and the heavenly prince walked together. After entering the jade pool, they walked side by side and faced Yi Fan and the monkey from a distance. This is Yuan Gu. Yi Fan looked on coldly. This was a tall young man who was very muscular. His black hair reached his waist, and his skin was bronze in color. There was a demonic mist lingering around his body, giving off a very oppressive feeling. His eyes were very special. There was a black sun in his left eye and a blood moon in his right eye. He looked incomparably demonic, and ordinary people didn't dare to look at him directly. He could swallow people's primordial spirits. He stood there quietly like a black demonic mountain. His physical body seemed to be able to crush the heaven and earth, making people tremble in fear. As soon as he appeared, he confronted Yi Fan and the monkey, causing a huge commotion. Many cultivators rushed over and watched from afar. What a joke! The convention of 1,000 races is about to begin, and the human race only sent a barbarian king. There aren't many people who can show up. Yuan Gu sneered, and his face was full of indifference. When the convention begins, the ancestral king will come personally. I want to see who will appear in the human race to be on equal footing with them. Most likely, there won't be anyone who can sit at the same table. Many human cultivators present were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. This was indeed a fact. Relatively speaking, the human race really didn't have any experts who could deter others. Chapter 8:10. You're Yuan Gu, that watermelon. Will you die if you don't pretend to be a saint? I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Why have you been running around all this time? Come here and accept your death. Duanda challenged while pointing at his nose. Li Tian and Li Heishui knew that he was a fake and immediately rolled their eyes. However, Yi Fan didn't stop him and let him do it. Yuan Gu's left eye was a black sun while his right eye was a blood moon. He was tall and majestic. He immediately raised his eyes and smiled cruelly. Are you courting death? You watermelon, come at me. I'll kill you in 10 moves. Duanda boasted shamelessly. The people around didn't know he was a fake and were all apprehensive. They couldn't figure out how strong he was after seeing his arrogant attitude. So this is the human race's divine physique. I've heard of his name before. So this is what he looks like. He once led the barbarian cavalry to flatten the Wang family of the northern plains. He even threatened to destroy the Divine Valley and kill the heavenly prince Yuan Gu. Is he really that powerful? Many ancient race cultivators saw that he didn't put Yuan Gu in his eyes at all and began to mutter. A few human female cultivators' eyes were even filled with splendor. Duanda was in high spirits and shouted, Watermelon Yuan Gu, come. I'll kill you in 3 moves. Yi Fan wanted to kick him. This guy was too arrogant. Reducing from 10 moves to 3 moves was getting more and more unreliable. No matter how he looked at it, Yuan Gu wasn't someone to be trifled with. Perhaps he had even severed his Dao. If that was the case, Duanda would be killed in 3 moves. You're right about one thing. I only need 3 moves to obliterate your so-called human race's divine physique. Yuan Gu had his hands behind his back. His entire body was shrouded in a demonic mist like a demonic wall that could cut through 3,000 worlds. Many cultivators rushed over. Seeing these 2 people being more arrogant than the other, they couldn't wait for them to fight. One was the human race's divine physique, which represented an invincible physique. The other had the bloodline of an ancient emperor and was born to prove his Dao. Don't go overboard. If you make too much of a fuss, you won't be able to resolve it. Yi Fan warned Duanda. It's fine. The first rule of the Jade Lake meeting is that no one is allowed to start a fight here. If he makes a move, the Immortal Tier's green gold pagoda might kill him, Duanda said. On the other side, the Heaven Prince also transmitted a message to Yuan Gu. I'm worried about the West Imperial Tower. If we fight here, we might trigger the extreme Emperor aura. Yuan Gu's expression was gloomy. Human race's sacred physique, do you dare to fight me outside the Jade Lake? You really don't have any guts. I'll let you have 3 moves first. If you still think you're no match for me, then get out of my sight and I'll spare your life. I'll hunt you down in the future. Duanda looked ahead arrogantly with his hands behind his back, looking invincible. Yuan Gu's expression became even colder. The black sun in his left eye pulsated while the blood moon in his right eye flickered faintly. He looked like a fiend god. Too arrogant. Is the human race's sacred physique really that powerful? The blood of the immemorial emperor flows in Yuan Gu's body. Back then, his talent surpassed all the other imperial clans of the primordial lake. That's why he was sealed until now. He was born to prove his Dao. Many of the ancients felt that Yi Fan was too arrogant. No matter how powerful he was, they didn't think he could suppress Yuan Gu. Everyone, fighting is prohibited in the Jade Lake. Otherwise, the West Emperor Tower will release an emperor's might. Please consider your own safety. Right at this moment, a heavenly voice was heard. A graceful woman walked over gracefully. It was a fairy-like woman. She had a slender figure and a slender waist. Her steps were graceful and soft, and her black hair was as shiny as silk. Her skin was as white as jade and flickered with a luster. This was a peerless beauty with long eyelashes. Her eyes were misty and contained a poetic charm. The Jade Lake Saintess had come and showed her true face. She was no longer covered by the fairy mist like before. At this moment, she was graceful and intelligent. A tense confrontation was resolved because she had rushed over to pass on a message. Before the Myriad Races convention began, the races could sit down and talk. Yuan Gu was called away by the people of the primordial lake and was not allowed to fight with the human race's sacred physique. Meeting the Jade Lake Saintess again after more than 10 years, even though it wasn't their first meeting, Yi Fan was still stunned. This was a woman like a real fairy. She's really an outstanding beauty, comparable to Yi Qingwu. Li Tian, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, moved forward and opened his folding fan to introduce himself. He said that he was the leader of a sect and kept trying to get close to her. Duanda walked over with a deadpan expression and pushed Li Tian aside with a slap. He looked at the Jade Lake Holy Maiden seriously and said, "Actually, there's something I wanted to say 12 years ago, but I couldn't say it out loud. So, I came back for you after 12 years." Yi Fan was speechless. He took a step forward and grabbed his neck, suppressing him with the sacred shell. The Jade Lake Saintess was stunned. Then her eyes moved, causing the divine pearl to lose its color and the beautiful pure land to dim. She smiled and turned to leave. "Damn, this fatty needs a beating. Come and teach him a lesson together," Yi Fan said. Li Tian was the first to respond, and the others also came forward. "I'm just being kind. Since you're not willing, I'll be more careful next time," Duanda shouted. "No, I can't let a bastard like you enter my body again. If you don't come out, I'll take the heaven-devouring demonic jar and subdue you." Yi Fan threatened. Duanda grumbled and asked him to return the demonic jar first. "I can't return the jar to you first. Now that no human race saint has appeared, we'll most likely need this sacred shell to intimidate them," Yi Fan said. This saint body was genuine and only lacked divine laws and magical power. If someone tried to probe it, they would definitely be exposed. If the heaven-devouring demonic jar was stored in the sacred shell, other people's magical power would be completely dissolved. No one would be able to test this bottomless pit. In the end, in an uninhabited place, Yi Fan returned a small half of his primordial spirit to his body. He didn't dare to pour in all of it, fearing that he would attract a heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, the other half continued to stay in the sacred shell, preparing to appear as a saint when necessary. Before the distinguished meeting started, the various races had already sat down to discuss. Where did Yi Fan and the others go? This was a grand hall. Clearly, there were spatial Dao patterns carved inside, and it wouldn't be a problem for it to accommodate as many people as it wanted. There were all kinds of creatures here, and many of them were of all shapes and sizes. It was very noisy, and they quarreled non-stop. The land occupied by the human race is too vast, yet a weak race has ruled over the entire land. It's time to return this land to us. Inside the great hall, all types of voices could be heard, and they argued continuously. It was to the extent where many great races even began to divide up their territories, wishing to divide up the various lands equally. The human race's sect masters were also arguing, but it was clear that they weren't taken seriously by those powerful races. They were almost completely ignored. During the archaic years, the human race only occupied a remote corner, and even self-preservation was an issue. They were food in the mouths of many powerful races. A certain king race was extremely domineering, speaking such excessive words in front of everyone, feeling secure in their backing. Correct. Back then, when all races stood side by side, kings contending for supremacy, the human race would sometimes look for powerful races to protect and attach themselves to. This is nothing more than a small race that can't reach the apex. The current era is already no longer the archaic era, it is now the human race's world. Yi Fan walked in, his true body in front, the sacred shell behind him. However, he didn't release the pressure of a saint. Heng, it really isn't the archaic era anymore, but now, our races have all awakened. Nothing can be like before. An aged ancient creature laughed coldly. They said that this was a distinguished meeting of all races, preparing to sit down and negotiate, but the various powerful races didn't place the human race in their eyes at all, looking down on them from high above. At the end of the distant world, on a majestic black peak, a type of unordinary aura spread out. In the eastern wasteland central region, the sacred cliff that was close to the northern region was dyed black and red by the blood of a large success divine physique. Now, his corpse was still in the enormous coffin at the top of the mountain. At this moment, a golden ancient scroll that was sealed on the sacred cliff released brilliant radiance. It fluttered about, unexpectedly loosening up. This was a resplendent scroll that looked as if it was cast from gold. It was refined by great Emperor Wuxia in the past, and it had guarded this cliff for more than 100,000 years. Right at this moment, it trembled intensely, releasing walala sounds. It was actually about to fly into the sky, and the entire black mountain began to tremble because of it. In the end, blazing radiance rushed into the heavens, and it finally fell down. It was divine and vast, making it impossible for others to look straight at it. They had to prostrate themselves before it. Inside the Jade Lake, the various races were arguing about how to divide their territories. They didn't put the human race in their eyes at all, and their attitudes were very high. It was as if they were looking down on a small vassal race. Ever since Yi Fan entered the palace, Yuan Gu and the others in the distance had already noticed him. The heavenly prince stood up and sneered. Everyone says that the human race's great emperor is not dead yet and that Wuxia's subordinate, Wang Lin, killed the Valley of Divinity. I think there's something fishy about this, and it can't be trusted at all. For him to say such words in this kind of situation was undoubtedly very shocking. Immediately, he attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people, and everyone looked over. I only want to say that no matter how powerful a great emperor is, he can't live for more than 100,000 years unless he has already become an immortal. The heavenly prince's heroic aura was overwhelming, and his appearance was almost perfect. 9 divine halos appeared behind him, making him look like a deity. His eyes were incomparably deep as he looked disdainfully at the heroes in the palace. Who among you humans can prove whether immortals exist in this world? My father left me a mark that allows me to understand some of the mysteries of the heavens. I once slept in the ancient royal mountain for countless years, and I can clearly tell you that Wuxia has already passed away in meditation 80,000 years ago. Although I was muddle-headed back then, I knew what had happened. He died on the Dao platform. That kind of aura was world-shaking and could even crush the heavens. It was definitely a great emperor who had turned to ashes. The heavenly prince's words shocked many people. The palace was completely silent, and everyone was dumbfounded. Human race, your hearts are filled with fear, so you use deceitful methods to destroy a great royal race of the supreme ancient era. You want to use this to suppress the other races? Such wishful thinking. The heavenly prince sneered, because I know very well that Wuxia is dead. All the human cultivators felt a chill in their hearts, and many started to shout. Nonsense, you weren't even born back then, so what could you have sensed? Your father's grave was occupied by great Emperor Wuxia. You harbored hatred in your heart and slandered his supreme reputation. How could great Emperor Wuxia be dead? He was the one who sent people to kill the Valley of Divinity. Meanwhile, the thoughts of the various ancient races were stirred up. Many of them were excited and asked loudly, Your Highness, is this true? Did Wuxia really turn to ashes 80,000 years ago? The grand ancient palace was immediately thrown into chaos. Many ancient existences' emotions were fluctuating intensely. The heavenly prince nodded seriously and said, That's right, everything I said is true. It is because I was too close to that Dao platform back then and personally sensed everything. The moment these words were spoken, the jade pool was in complete chaos. Many ancient races couldn't help but laugh. The human race, on the other hand, was gloomy and incomparably worried. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the jade pool. Then, it quickly spread inside. It was clear that something big had happened. Great Emperor Wuxia is still alive. There were ancient creatures who were terrified, breathing heavily as they entered the palace, revealing this type of news that was like a bolt of lightning striking down from the heavens. What happened? Even the Blood Phoenix Mountain and Fire Qilin Cave couldn't remain aloof. This was the first time their expressions changed as they personally asked. The outside world is already in chaos. Great Emperor Wuxia has revived. The investiture of the gods he refined has crossed the great lands of the northern region. Endless golden light has illuminated the world. Chapter 8:11. An ancient scroll traversed the northern region, illuminating the great earth. The radiance was spiritual, as if it could illuminate the past, present, and future. It was as if it was cast from gold. Its entire body was resplendent and dazzling. It turned into a streak of eternal holy light that arrived from the central region. It weaved through the vast northern region, its speed exceeding everyone's imagination. A single flash of radiance covered tens of thousands of li, tearing through the mortal world. This was a type of divine miracle. It traversed through 3,000 realms, piercing through the 9 heavens. It emitted an undying divinity that existed eternally with heaven and earth, competing with the sun and moon in splendor. This is the aura of an ancient great emperor. On the great northern region, it was unknown just how many creatures were alarmed. They couldn't help but kneel down. A heaven-shocking miracle. This is the manifestation of a deity. Many people were trembling. Blood flowed from their kowtows as they knelt down. Their expressions were filled with fear. Immortal divine light pierced through the northern region. Every single trajectory was like a heavenly moat, splitting apart the heavens. It was incomparably brilliant, as if it had swept through 80,000 years. The divine seal decree was branded with the imprint of great Emperor Wuxia. It seemed to have turned into a large golden hand that swept through the heavens just like that, shocking the entire northern region. This is too terrifying. Is there really a great emperor still alive in the human race? Within an ancient nest, a group of ancient creatures looked towards the horizon, their expressions filled with fear. The speed is too fast. This is the incomparable aura of a deity. Could it be that we have returned to the prehistoric era? Within another ancient race tribe, there was a group of powerful existences that were horrified. This golden divine list radiated tens of thousands of streaks of Dao light, covering the 9 heavens. Its trajectory was astonishing to the extreme. Auspicious signs filled the sky, as if time was reversing and returning to the archaic past. The divine seal decree was like a streak of ascension light that illuminated every inch of the northern region. It was as if someone had ascended to immortality. It was shocking to the extreme. Divine Silkworm Ridge, Primordial Lake, these forbidden lands were all illuminated. An unmatched emperor's might rumbled downwards, leaving these great clans that had produced ancient emperors shaken. Chi! The ancient scroll fluttered about, streaking across the Fire Qilin Cave. After a brief pause, chaotic energy covered the heavens and covered the earth. This ancient emperor clan was all horrified. Boundless divine light rushed out from the 13 ancient caves. What is this? Is this really the manifestation of a great emperor of the human race? As the golden ancient scroll flew off into the distance, the Fire Qilin Cavern and the ancient imperial family all had dignified expressions as they looked into the horizon. Wuxia wanted to refine the immortal subduing role and seal immortals. However, there were no immortals in the world. Instead, there were ancient living beings that were suspected to be gods. Hence, he changed the name to Investiture of the Gods. It was that immortal item. It rushed above my Fire Qilin cave. Is this a warning? He really is alive. It really makes one feel uneasy. Not long after, the Investiture of the Gods entered the 17 Blood Phoenix Mountains, and it similarly emitted the light of the great Tao that drowned the mountains and ravines, causing the imperial family members below to be horrified. Don't revive the ancient imperial weapon. Don't act blindly without thinking. An old ancestral king stared at the sky and ordered in a deep voice. The divine seal decree flew far away. It didn't stay for too long before it vanished into the endless horizon. That day, in various parts of the northern region, the most powerful archaic king clans were terrified to the extreme. They found it hard to calm down. A golden ancient scroll tore through the heavens, appearing above their clans. On the boundless great earth, it was unknown just how many human cultivators were kneeling in worship. They knelt down without getting up. Meanwhile, the various ancient clans were panicking, their hearts full of fear. Within the Jade Pool, when everyone learned of everything that happened in the outside world, they were all petrified. Soon afterwards, they became a boiling cauldron of voices. The heavenly prince felt as if he had been struck by a fist. The 9 divine rings behind his head were almost destroyed. This truly was a resounding slap to the face, leaving him stupefied. Did great Emperor Wuxia revive? Impossible. He didn't believe it. Back then, he had indeed sensed something, sensing the abnormalities on the Dao platform. Someone was ascending, so how could he reappear in this world? 80,000 years ago, he was still in the divine egg, but he still had a trace of perception. That type of world-shaking aura wasn't too far away. How could he be wrong? Within the Grand Hall, everyone was discussing this. This time, the human race's momentum rose greatly. The various clans were all comparatively bitter. If there really was a great emperor still alive, then it would be useless even if all of their clans joined hands. Unless they enter Origin ancient mind to pray. However, that place is different from the archaic era. No one can enter anymore. Great changes unknown to anyone have happened. Will it still belong to the various clans? The various clans were all clamoring. They were all arguing and discussing. Now that such a major event had happened, it would affect everything greatly. Right now, if one were to talk about who was the most dejected and tragic, it would undoubtedly be the heavenly prince. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles were about to break. Not long ago, he went to the Divine Valley to lobby, saying that Wuxia died early and couldn't appear in this world anymore. In the end, a few days later, Wang Lin appeared out of nowhere, saying that he had received Great Emperor Wuxia's decree to suppress everyone in this clan. Now, he even said in front of everyone that Great Emperor Wuxia had long ascended to ashes, and as a result, the Divine Seal Law immediately flew out to suppress the northern region. This was truly a slap to the face, moreover one that continuously rang out. How could he endure this? His lungs were about to explode. The heavenly prince had never felt as depressed as he did today. He really wanted to roar towards the heavens. These were truly 2 tragedies. Without a doubt, this was a huge blow to his prestige. Even if his father was a deity, the undying heavenly emperor, he still couldn't endure this kind of squandering. Moreover, not long ago he was suppressed by the monkey. Comparing the past and the present, it was clear that the heavenly prince was a bit stronger. This made him feel extremely depressed. In the distance, Duanda was extremely unkind. He stared at the heavenly prince and laughed in a seemingly fearful manner. This heavenly prince is actually quite sharp, hitting the crucial point each time. If not for Wang Lin stunning the world and the Divine Seal Law appearing at the right time, he really might have poked a huge hole in the sky. Li Heishui sighed and said. The people on the side all nodded. Even Yi Fan had no choice but to admit that this heavenly prince could only blame himself for being too unlucky. The 2 words he released had great destructive power, yet they were always mysteriously met with tragedy. No one knew better than Yi Fan and Duanda that Great Emperor Wuxia was definitely no longer in this world. They had seen traces of his ascension. It was just that why the Divine Seal Law would fall off by itself and enter the northern region with lightning speed to intimidate all the ancient races was hard to explain. One had to know that every step in the Holy Cliff was filled with danger. There was a killing formation personally laid down by Great Emperor Wuxia. As for taking down the Divine Seal Law, it was even more difficult. It was an immortal item refined by an ancient emperor and could be used to seal gods. Could it be that the Daoist suppressed in the Holy Cliff has escaped? Yi Fan's heart trembled. He then shook his head. It shouldn't be him, otherwise, he wouldn't have helped the human race to intimidate the northern region. The blood of the Grand Completion Saint Physique dyed the stone cliff red. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed, but there were still many holes that had turned into pools of blood that hadn't dried up yet. That was a crucial step in Yi Fan's intimidation. In his plan, he would bring people to take down the divine seal law and use an imperial weapon to destroy the last wisp of the Daoist's primordial spirit. However, he didn't expect the divine seal law to fly out by itself. On this day, all the races in the northern region kept quiet out of fear. The divine seal law had cut through the vast sky of the northern region, and the pressure of an ancient emperor was surging out. Who wouldn't be afraid? There must be a trap. The heavenly prince gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. However, who would listen to him now? Only Yuan Gu was by his side, advancing and retreating together with him. The others had all gone off to discuss countermeasures. In the northern region, all the human cultivators were overjoyed and seething with excitement. There was no news that could be more inspiring than this. In the eyes of the ancient races, the human race was like meat on a chopping board, a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. However, among them, a divine lion had been resurrected. This was a heaven-defying change. In the Jade Pool, the human race had enough confidence to face the other races. Yi Fan and the others also let out a sigh of relief. They walked out of the ancient palace and strolled by Xiushan Lake. They saw many familiar faces and all nodded to greet them. Now, even the Saint Masters were afraid of Yi Fan and didn't dare to be arrogant. Isn't that the Alcade Saint Child? Li Heishui asked. After not seeing him for so many years, the Alcade Saint Child seemed to have returned to his natural state. He didn't have the dazzling holy light of the past and only had a sense of reality. He was like an ordinary person with flesh and blood who had blended into nature. They didn't say much. The two parties only nodded at each other across the small lake. They brushed past each other and went on their own ways. This fellow isn't simple, Duanda said. Even without him saying it, everyone present knew that the Alcade Saint Child was extraordinary. Up until now, no one had tested how strong he was. The main reason was that he was very low-key and no one had heard of any world-shaking battles. Not long after, Yi Fan saw the golden-winged old Peng King. He was even older than before and less domineering. Instead, he looked more melancholic and desolate. Yi Fan went forward to greet him. He admired this old Peng King quite a bit. This person had run amok in the world and was honest. He didn't shield his shortcomings back then, otherwise, he might not have lived until now. Is little Peng King brother here? He's been dead for 2 years. The old Peng King looked at the falling leaves and felt a bit sad and lonely. His turbid eyes became even more gloomy. Little Peng King brother is no longer in this world. Yi Fan was stunned. Life was really unpredictable. Such a strong demonic genius had actually fallen. Back then, the golden-winged little Peng King had forced him into desperate situations several times and was once his strongest enemy. The Golden Taiji Circle had made a great breakthrough under the celestial demons slaughtering Saint Art. Compared to those who schemed, the golden-winged little Peng King was more unyielding and direct. He had always fought fair and square and had never ambushed or schemed against him. Such a strong little Peng King, who was known as one of the few with the greatest potential in the Eastern Wasteland, died just like that. It could be said that he died young. He was too strong. In order to pass the 9 heavenly trials set by the great sage of the Sky Peng race, he forced his way through. In the end he failed. The old Peng King let out a sigh. He was incomparably lonely. He had lost his most beloved blood descendant at such an old age. This was truly unbearable. Yi Fan didn't know how to comfort him. The path of cultivation was just this difficult and cruel. Time was too merciless. The talented little Peng King had fallen just like that. It made people sigh. As the date of the Myriad Race Convention approached, the ancient ancestral kings finally appeared. The Jade Lake shook and the divine bell rang. Everyone went out to welcome them. Many people guessed that if it wasn't for the appearance of the investiture of the gods, there most likely wouldn't be any ancient sage-level ancestral kings here. This was because there really wasn't anyone in the human race who could suppress them. It was difficult to alarm them. Where is the sacred prince? Do you really think that you can blaspheme the gods with the victorious fighting Buddha supporting you? Since you dared to insult the undying heavenly emperor, you must atone for your sins with death. No one would have thought that the first batch of ancient ancestral kings would directly denounce them and kill the monkey. They were incomparably domineering. This was a very beautiful woman with snow-white skin that seemed as if it would break with the slightest breeze. Her figure was graceful and peerless, but she was also incomparably terrifying. After entering the Jade Lake, she directly found Yi Fan and the monkey. She sneered and said, "I don't care if you are the human race's sacred physique or the battle lineage's sacred prince. Since you dare to insult the undying heavenly emperor, you must pay the price in blood." What do you think this is? What's so great about the ancient kings? We can kill them all the same. Yi Fan entered the sacred shell and went forward to block the way. Not far away, the heavenly prince sneered. He stood together with some ancient race beings and didn't say a word. The monkey was very straightforward. He held the jet black club in his hand and said, "When I reach the Saint Realm, I'll blast all of you into dregs." Chapter 8:12. I can tell with a single glance that this is a protector of his children. Duanda muttered. She was clearly here to stand up for the heavenly prince, purely to denounce him. This queen was extremely beautiful. Her body was slender and graceful, almost translucent like jade. 7 colored lights surrounded her body, and her beautiful hair was smooth and soft. She walked over step by step like a goddess. Her eyes were sharp as she pointed at the monkey and said, "So what if you are the heavenly prince? Blaspheming the deities of the myriad races means death." Everyone kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to step forward to persuade her. Even though she was delicate and beautiful, she was a true and unrivaled ancient monarch. There was no need to talk about the human race. It was absolutely silent. This was an ancient saint-level existence, too high for them. She had always only appeared in legends. The monkey stabbed his rod into the ground. His fiery eyes emitted golden light. He was wild and untamed without the slightest bit of fear. Right now, there was simply no way out. He could only fight to the death. Even a firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? I'll give you a chance. Apologize to the heavenly prince and repent in front of all the races. This way I can spare your life. Otherwise, even if the victorious fighting Buddha is still alive, I will still take action. A piercingly cold, murderous aura and cold words came out from the mouth of such a beautiful and moving woman, adding a strange atmosphere to the atmosphere. You want me to lower my head and break my emperor's heart? If you don't have any misgivings, then kill me. At that time, everything left behind by the undying Sky Emperor will also be blasted into dregs. The monkey didn't lower its head. Right now, he couldn't rely on his own strength to contend against this queen. Only his uncle could intimidate her. The surrounding people all shivered. According to the temperament of this race, this was truly something they could do. Emperor of Fighting's own son was killed. As his uncle, even if he became a Buddha, he would most likely turn into an Asura and massacre the eastern wasteland. A cold light flashed in the queen's eyes. She reached out a slender jade-like hand and waved it forward. At this moment, everyone was horrified. The pressure of a saint engulfed all directions. Most of the people in the Jade Lake trembled and then knelt down. Just now, the queen had restrained her aura, but now that it was released, it was not something ordinary people could endure. Pudong sounds rang out incessantly. There was a large expanse of people on the ground. There were people from all different clans, all of them shivering with fear as they trembled on the ground. This wasn't like facing a body of flesh and blood at all, but more like worshipping a deity. The terrifying aura was incomparable, and not many people could stand still. Bang! The huge rod in the monkey's hand was immediately sent flying. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger split open, causing blood to flow. All the golden fur on his body stood up. This was the might of a sage. That slender, jade-like hand hadn't even brushed over, but the monkey, who was at the initial stage of severing the Tao, was already heavily injured. Blood seeped out of his mouth. Buzz! The fair and alluring jade-like finger finally brushed over. Even a king-level expert would be scared out of his wits. This kind of power was too terrifying. Anything that was touched by it would be turned into ashes. This queen seemed determined to kill the monkey. Her face was incomparably cold, and she had no intention of stopping. Boom! Yi Fan finally took action. The void trembled. The divine shell he occupied shone with endless radiance. It moved horizontally in front of him, a fist dominating heaven and earth. All of the brilliance wasn't released by him, but rather because his body was absorbing spiritual essence from all directions. He didn't want to expose this divine body's secret. This was a ferocious and tyrannical fist. He used the flesh shell alone to break through the saint's barrier of light before smashing towards the female ancestor. It had to be said that this was a terrifying queen. She immediately sensed that something was wrong and didn't face it head-on. Instead, she borrowed force to neutralize it a bit before shifting outwards. Despite this being the case, her slender jade-like finger still spasmed. That fist brushed past her, causing blood to drip out and her finger to break. Everyone was shocked. The human race cultivators were the most shocked. What kind of person was this? To be able to stop a queen, when did a saint like this appear? Everyone was stupefied. They all looked over in disbelief, staring blankly and speechlessly. This person had entered the jade pool a long time ago, yet no one sensed his divine might. What a powerful physical body. I truly underestimated you all. There was actually someone like this here. However, this isn't much. This type of voice sounded from the back. Two middle-aged men walked over shoulder, both of them extremely valiant. They wore pure white battle clothes, facing Yi Fan together with the queen. No one dared to say anything. The heavenly prince actually had these ancient kings behind him, all of them descendants of his father's troops. They were truly valiant, a power that made one have no choice but to consider carefully. Seniors, the great meeting this time has rules. Fighting cannot be carried out within the Jade Pool. The Jade Pool Holy Lady spoke. Her voice was extremely gentle, not cowering in the slightest, clearly entering everyone's ears. In the sky dome above, the Immortal Tier's green-golden pagoda released streak after streak of green energy, every single strand thick like a mountain, heavy and majestic, making everyone here feel suffocated. At this time, someone from the Divine Silkworm Ridge walked up and said, "Seniors, please calm your anger. He is the son of Emperor fighting after all. Even if he is in the wrong, please show some leniency." There were people from other ancient races who agreed, pleading for leniency for the monkey. They were afraid that if the three ancient kings attacked together, no one would be able to stop them. I've already said that he must first apologize to the heavenly prince and then repent in front of all races, kneeling before the undying heavenly emperor. Otherwise, he definitely won't be spared. The queen's slender hand returned to normal as she spoke coldly. Before the great meeting of all races, we had already reached a consensus that we cannot fight here. Do you think you all can stand above all races? There aren't just the three of you saints in this world, said Yi Fan. Is that so? Then let's go out and settle this. This queen made up her mind to take action against the monkey. She stretched out her hand to grab him, preparing to drag him away. You all are too unbridled. Yi Fan walked up and took action to stop her. The monkey was even more furious. All of the golden fur on his body stood on end as he once again picked up the large club and swung it down, hacking forward murderously. Human race, it's rare to have a saint. Cherish your life because we know that the so-called investiture of the gods is also fake. The two ancient kings wearing silver battle robes behind him sneered and moved forward to deal with Yi Fan together. It was obvious that they had the same opinion as the heavenly prince. They believed that great Emperor Wuxia had passed away on the Dao platform 80,000 years ago and couldn't possibly still be alive. Yi Fan frowned. These were three genuine ancient kings while he was just an impostor. If he really fought against them, he would definitely die with a grudge. He did have some powerful trump cards, but it wasn't suitable for him to reveal them at this time. They would still be of great use in the future. Little monkey, your father is unpardonably evil. He destroyed the Dao field of the only god of all races. Do you think you can do anything? Today, I'll teach you a good lesson and let you understand the consequences of blasphemy. The queen was very vengeful. It was obvious that she had long been resentful. Back then, when the emperor of fighting oppressed the heavens and the earth, they could only endure. Now, they wanted to find revenge on the monkey. At this moment, all races didn't dare to make a sound. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. To them, the three ancient kings were like gods. Yi Fan took action, clashing against one of the ancient kings. His flesh broke through several layers of light barriers, but in the end he was stopped by the power of the divine laws. Little monkey, let's see who can save you today. With a wung sound, the queen flicked away the dark gold club in the monkey's hand. However, it didn't break. She revealed a shocked expression and said, "This is that vicious weapon from back then?" The monkey released a long roar, but he couldn't struggle free. He was lifted up by the queen and flew out of the jade pool. When facing this kind of existence, not being a saint was still not enough. He was no different from an ant. There was no suspense at all. Let's see who can save you. A little monkey dares to be disrespectful to the undying heavenly emperor? Today, I'll slowly pull out your bones and peel off your skin. The queen laughed coldly again and again. She lifted the monkey out of the jade pool. Many creatures followed out. They all wanted to see what was going on. Kneel or not, life or death is up to you, the queen said. Even though she was alluring, there was killing intent pervading the air. The monkey would naturally rather die than submit. It was impossible for him to admit defeat. That would be even more unbearable than killing him. Yi Fan knew he couldn't delay any longer. He secretly activated the heaven-devouring evil jar and dissolved the incoming divine laws. He broke out of the encirclement and avoided the ancestral king who was confronting him. He then rushed towards the monkey. "If you don't kneel, I'll personally break your legs. I'll make you kneel with your head on the ground." The queen was cold and was about to take action. In the back, the heavenly prince, Yuan Gu, and the others sneered. They didn't utter a single word and watched quietly with a hint of ridicule on their lips. Bang! Suddenly, a resounding slap resounded. It was so abrupt that everyone's expressions froze. A young lady had appeared at an unknown time. She looked elegant and moving. Her jade-like skin was pure white and tender. Her purple hair fluttered gracefully and covered half of her immortal face. She gave the queen a slap and pulled the monkey up from the ground. With a flash of light, she helped him wipe away the bloodstains and heal his wounds. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of existence was this? She had slapped an archaic queen as soon as she arrived, as if she was in an uninhabited land. Outside the jade pool, the spiritual spring was gurgling and the green grass was like a cushion. This was a pure land that was extremely quiet. No one was talking. Everything was too sudden and terrifying. Just how powerful was this young lady? She dared to slap the female ancestral king's mouth. Everyone was shaken by her appearance. The queen herself was also dumbfounded. How many years had it been since someone dared to humiliate her like this? However, when she saw that immortal face, her heart couldn't help but jump. Boom! At this time, Yi Fan rushed out from the jade pool. He didn't know what was going on and threw himself at the female ancestral king. His fists were ferocious and domineering. Astral energy surged, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. Several small mountains nearby were directly uprooted and collapsed in midair. The queen came back to her senses and hurriedly blocked. With a pew sound, one of her arms shattered and turned into a lump of mud. Her entire body flew out and was almost torn into pieces. Yi Fan didn't show any mercy and continued to chase after her. An ancient king wearing silver battle clothes chased after him and shouted loudly, wanting to block his path. Meanwhile, when this person saw the spirited young lady, he was also stupefied. He was just like the female ancestral king, and then he staggered backwards. "You are still alive." Boom! On the other side, Yi Fan and the female ancestral king collided again. This time, half of his body was split open and he flew backwards while covered in blood. The queen released a long roar. Boundless divine laws surged forward and were about to drown Yi Fan within. At this time, the young lady took action. With a light brush, the boundless divine laws and heaven-overflowing magical power all came to a standstill and were then destroyed. Only now did Yi Fan stop. When he carefully recognized the appearance of the ethereal young lady, he was stupefied. It's her, who came back to life. In the past, there was a strange stone in the divine city called the blood sacrifice altar, that contained a goddess. At that time, she was pierced through the chest by an exceptional vicious weapon and nailed to death within the divine source. She was then snatched away by the monkey that had just been born. It was actually her. In the distance, a young Daoist with disheveled hair, a prince wearing a 9-dragon golden battle robe, and a little nun wearing snow-white clothes were currently walking over together. Among them was a little spirit that resembled a little phoenix. It was gorgeous and dazzling as it flew here and there. When it saw the purple-haired young lady outside the jade pool, it was immediately stupefied. It was extremely perplexed, and the tears in its large eyes couldn't be controlled. They fell down in pairs and then flew over with a so sound. Woo-woo, even this little creature didn't understand what was going on. It felt an indescribable sense of intimacy towards the young lady. It landed on her shoulder and began to sob loudly. Chapter 8:13. The purple-haired goddess had a calm expression. She gently stroked the little life form on her shoulder. Her jade-like fingers were sparkling and sparkling with an alluring luster. The elf that looked like a small phoenix was crying loudly. Her eyes were filled with tears and were completely blurred. She kept rubbing her head against the young girl's cheek and even reached out a small claw to grab a lock of her hair. She refused to let go even if she died, afraid that it was just a dream. That divine silkworm? Li Heishui's eyes almost popped out. After that, he stared at the beautiful young lady and felt that this was inconceivable. Back then, when this goddess was cut out from the gambling den in the divine city, the divine silkworm cried non-stop and even fainted in the end. Now that they met again, it had already transformed several times, yet it still hadn't forgotten her. This is truly a silkworm that cares deeply about relationships. They were separated by life and death in the supreme ancient immortal realms, and now, they are finally reunited. Yi Fan sighed. On the other side, the princess and the other 2 male ancient kings were incomparably shocked. They didn't expect to see someone who should have died long ago here. They no longer dared to act recklessly. All of them slowly retreated with unnatural expressions and even some fear. The purple-haired young lady's hair covered half her face. Her lips curled up, revealing a gratified smile as she stroked the little divine silkworm. Be good, don't cry. Didn't we meet again? It must have been hard for you to retain your imprint and not forget about me. When the time comes, I will give you a divine origin as a reward. She smiled lightly, her snow-white teeth were even more sparkling than pearls. Her smile was extremely radiant, infecting the hearts of others. It was precisely such a woman that caused the 3 ancient kings to feel trepidation. They didn't dare to do anything and even wanted to retreat. From afar, the 3 of them walked over. The young Daoist with disheveled hair was recognized by someone. It was none other than the divine silkworm Daoist who had always been wandering around the divine city. As for the male in the golden battle robe, it was Grand Xia's prince, Xia Yiming. As for the white-robed nun, it was Grand Xia's princess, Xia Yilin. Little Guai, don't cry. The white-robed nun called out softly. Seeing the divine silkworm crying so sadly like a cat with a painted face, she felt very sad. It's fine, it just saw its kin and is crying tears of joy. The true divine silkworm royal clan has some things that are hard to erase. They won't forget. Divine silkworm spoke. Xiao Guai. The girl in the middle of the field was surprised. Then she smiled and said, what a nice name. I'll call you Xiao Guai from now on. The divine silkworm squirmed and cried while rubbing its head against the young girl's cheeks. It whimpered as if it was trying to say something. In the distance, divine silkworm ridge's people all rushed over, incredibly excited, bowing respectfully, saying, You are Her Highness, still in this world. Everyone was petrified, especially the ancient races. All of them were in awe and shock. This was an earth-shattering piece of news. Many people knelt down and bowed. Divine Silkworm Ridge had previously produced an unrivaled existence in the heavens above and earth below the 9 transformations, sweeping through the heavens without an opponent, becoming known as an emperor of the world. Even though there were many experts in the Divine Silkworm Ridge, most of them were golden silkworms, silver silkworms, jade silkworms, and so on. There were very few with sovereign bloodline, never exceeding 15 in history, only slightly more than the battle-sacred ape race. As the princess of the divine silkworm ridge who had shaken the world in the past, there were many legends about her. Naturally, she caused a huge commotion. Greetings, Princess Divine Silkworm. Greetings, Battle King Concubine. Almost all of the creatures of the great races knelt down, all of them incomparably respectful, all of them shouting loudly. This made many human cultivators shiver, not knowing what was going on. All of them watched in a daze. Get up, just call me princess. The young lady's voice was very gentle, pleasant to the ears. She is also the Battle King Concubine. What's going on? Duanda prodded the fully recovered monkey. She almost became my aunt, but she was killed during a great chaos. The monkey said. What? Duanda rolled his eyes. Who was the monkey's uncle? It was very likely to be the Western Desert's victorious fighting Buddha. If that was the case, then this young lady's origins were truly terrifying. At this moment, the people of the other ancient races also began to discuss. All of the great races knew some things of the past, but the smaller races knew very little. Princess Divine Silkworm had heaven-warping talent. In the past, countless outstanding talents of the various ancient races went to propose marriage, but they were all beaten out, returning in low spirits. Only Emperor of Fighting's younger brother passed her test. It could be said that not only was this princess beautiful, but her cultivation was also world-shaking, far exceeding that of ordinary ancestral kings. Unfortunately, during the end of the primordial era, Emperor of Fighting passed away, and the land lost its supreme ruler. Immediately, there was chaos, and the various races fought each other. No one knew what kind of shocking change happened, but even Princess Divine Silkworm had fallen. When the news spread, the various races were greatly shaken. Back then, the monkey first entered the Jade Pool to seek the Peach of Immortality, and then went west to the Qinling Mountains to fight for the Dream Divine Marrow, all to save her. Yi Fan was enlightened. No wonder the monkey was so hardworking. Strictly speaking, this was his future aunt. It's all thanks to the holy fruit you gave me back then. It was born from their divine silkworm race's holy medicine. The monkey said. Yi Fan had also heard that the 9 holy trees in the primordial abyss were actually formed from an undying medicine, and they belonged to the divine silkworm race of the primordial era. Could it be that everything was predetermined? That was originally something of the divine silkworm race. Daoist divine silkworm was also present. Strictly speaking, his seniority was higher than everyone else in the race. He was the son of the 9 transformations emperor's ancestor, and his status was extraordinary. He didn't come over. He hugged a wine jar and drank until he was drunk. He seemed out of place with the surroundings, and it was obvious that he was also someone with a story. After Princess Divine Silkworm comforted little Guai, the smile on her face disappeared. She turned around, and although her expression was still very calm, there was an additional kind of might. She looked at the primordial queen and said, "Just now, I heard that you wanted the Saint Prince to kneel and repent in front of the 10,000 races. You also wanted to kill him. I want to ask you, why do you dare to be so arrogant?" Her voice wasn't very loud, but it made the scene quiet down. Everyone held their breath and watched quietly. This beautiful and intelligent young lady was someone that even the old Saint Emperor of Fighting was very satisfied with. How could the kings of the various races not be afraid of her letting her younger brother propose? He blasphemed the gods and insulted the heavenly emperor. He should be punished, the primordial queen said, but her tone was clearly not as firm as before. Blasphemy? When the Emperor of Fighting was still alive, why didn't you argue with him? He overturned the dojo of the undying heavenly emperor, so why didn't you stand out and say a thing or two? I think he bullies the weak and fears the strong, Princess Divine Silkworm said calmly. I didn't want to kill him. I just wanted to punish him so that he would be more respectful to the gods. The queen was clearly very afraid, and she was no longer as strong as before. The divine silkworm princess was calm. She touched Bab on her shoulder and looked forward, saying, "As the sacred prince, he has a fiery temper. Yet, you want him to apologize to the sacred prince and kneel in front of everyone. Is there anything more vicious than this? You want to break his legs and kneel in front of the 10,000 races. Are you trying to destroy his Dao heart? At this point, Princess Divine Silkworm's expression did not change, but her tone was a little cold. She said, I'll also give you two choices. One is to kneel in front of the 10,000 races, and the other is for me to break your legs and kneel in front of the 10,000 races before apologizing to the Saint Prince. Everyone present felt a murderous aura. As expected of one of the most famous female experts in the last years of the Primordial Age, she was rather straightforward and unyielding. You've gone too far. The Primordial Queen was furious. As an ancestral queen, she could command a large royal family. Anyone who saw her had to be respectful, but she had to kneel to a junior. It was worse than killing her. Even if this person was a prince, she could not do it. At her level of cultivation, she was a top-notch existence in the Primordial Age's strict world. Apart from the ancient emperor, no one was worthy of her kneeling. You also know that you've gone too far. Why did you make the Saint Prince kneel and repent in front of the 10,000 races just now? Are you targeting him, or are you trying to humiliate the old emperor fighting? At this point, Princess Divine Silkworm's tone became heavier, and her expression was no longer as indifferent. Everyone in the Primordial Age knew that the Divine Silkworm race and the Sacred Battling Ape race were on good terms. In particular, Princess Divine Silkworm had respected the old Sacred Battling Ape race the most back then. She naturally had to question him now. He's just a junior. Even though he's the Saint Prince, it's nothing for me to make him kneel and apologize, the Primordial Queen said. She no longer had much confidence. All right, then I'll ask you to kneel and make your own choice now, Princess Divine Silkworm said calmly. Princess Divine Silkworm said calmly. The little living being on her shoulder nodded as well, and its large eyes that were still filled with tears kept blinking. Your Highness, isn't this a little too much? The other two ancient kings stepped forward and said, The two of you, disappear as far as you can. Otherwise, kneel down as well. At this moment, Princess Divine Silkworm displayed her domineering side. Her voice wasn't loud and was very calm, but it was rather terrifying. In the surroundings, the experts of the various races didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Indeed, if one wasn't a family, one wouldn't enter the same door. Although Princess Divine Silkworm was a woman, she had the domineering aura of the Battle Saint tribe. We are the descendants of the Undying Emperor and have a respected status. No one can make us kneel, the Primordial Queen said. Undying Emperor, what a great reputation. This time, you're mainly standing up for the Heavenly Prince, right? Do you believe that I'll directly kill all the so-called princes behind you? Princess Divine Silkworm sneered and walked forward step by step. The Primordial Queen's expression changed. Facing the number one expert of the Divine Silkworm race, she ultimately didn't dare to say anything for fear that she would really be ruthless. Behind them, the Heavenly Prince and Yuan Gu were both shocked. They felt that this woman was someone who would do what she said. Even if they had the primordial royal family supporting them, Princess Divine Silkworm would still dare to kill them. Egg, watermelon, behave yourselves. Otherwise, I'll kill you immediately. Duanda flaunted the Heavenly Prince's might. The Heavenly Prince and Yuan Gu glared at him fiercely, remembering this strange fatty. Damn it. As soon as Duanda finished speaking, he slapped himself and scolded himself for being muddle-headed. Now that he wasn't here with a sacred body, it was too late for regrets and he cursed his bad luck. Weren't you very arrogant just now? You made the Heavenly Prince kneel. What's going on now? Are you forcing me to make a move? Princess Divine Silkworm sneered. The Primordial Queen's expression changed. Princess Divine Silkworm attacked. 7-colored divine light flew out from her slender jade-like fingers, turning into a rain of light that scattered out. Boom! The Primordial Queen displayed all kinds of divine laws and blocked with all her might. However, after dozens of collisions, she finally let out a loud cry and let out a miserable groan. No one could see how Princess Divine Silkworm attacked, but the Primordial Queen's legs made the sound of bones breaking. She was completely deformed and fell limp. She was suppressed by a divine might and knelt on the ground. Her expression was ferocious. Princess Divine Silkworm waved her hand and pulled the monkey closer. Facing the queen, she said, "Apologize. Treating me like this, aren't you afraid that I'll?" The primordial queen was furious. Princess Divine Silkworm smiled. The other half of her celestial face that was covered by her purple hair was revealed. She was very delicate and beautiful. She stretched out her jade-like hand and said, "Since that's the case, then die." Bang. She was very straightforward and decisive. Her slender jade-like palm pressed on the queen's head, shattering it on the spot. Even her primordial spirit couldn't escape, and she died a violent death. The scene was dead silent. Everyone almost stopped breathing. This was a primordial ancestral king. She killed her just like that? It was too sharp and domineering. Even the monkey was shocked. Killing an ancestral king was a huge matter that would trigger a war between races. At this moment, Princess Divine Silkworm raised her head and stared at the heavenly prince and Yuangu. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It was very beautiful, but it was terrifying. The other two primordial kings felt a chill down their spines and quickly blocked in front. The royal experts of the primitive lake also flew out and blocked there. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 8:14. The Divine Silkworm Princess's slender fingers brushed her purple hair. Her pure white face was very calm, but it made the ancient race members in front of her shudder. Everyone couldn't help but retreat. The hearts of the two ancient kings were beating nonstop as well, and they even had the urge to escape immediately. "Your Highness, please calm down. You've already killed an ancient king, so let's end everything here." One of the ancient kings forced himself to persuade her. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked. A queen had been killed, yet they actually endured it and were so low-key. From this, one could see how powerful the Divine Silkworm Princess was. The people of the primordial lake also came forward and protected Yuangu, separating him from the heavenly prince. They were afraid of being implicated, so they were incomparably respectful and said, "Your Highness, please be magnanimous." In the surroundings, everyone held their breaths. The Divine Silkworm Princess's might was even stronger than they had imagined. Even the royal family members had no choice but to lower their heads in fear. How many ancient kings could a great royal family have? It was very difficult to have more than 3. They had the word ancestor, which was equivalent to representing this great family. Their status was incomparably high, and killing them was equivalent to starting a war with this royal family. And the Divine Silkworm Princess had killed that queen with a raise of her hand. She didn't hesitate at all. She was decisive and had no scruples, which made people's hair stand on end. "Your Highness, please calm down." At this moment, the royal family of the Fire Qilin Cave also came forward to help plead for mercy. "When Your Highness roamed the ancient world, the kings all retreated. Why bother about this? Just forgive them." The people of the Blood Phoenix Mountain also spoke. The Divine Silkworm Princess's purple hair hung down, covering half of her face. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she looked a little cold and arrogant. She stared at the heavenly prince and Yuangu and said, "Don't be arrogant because of your noble birth. Relying on your father's shadow is nothing. If you anger me, I'll kill you all." The heavenly prince felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The 9 divine rings behind his head almost collapsed, and his body shook. Yuangu trembled even more. The black sun in his left eye and the blood moon in his right eye almost melted. "Your Highness." At this moment, the people of the Divine Silkworm Ridge also came forward to help plead for mercy. They were also a bit worried. Even though their family's divine might princess had great achievements, she was still not unrivaled under the heavens. If she really killed the 2 ancient princes, the Divine Silkworm Ridge wouldn't have an easy time in the future. Those archaic ancestral kings would go crazy, and they might even use the same method to get rid of Daoist Divine Silkworm. The Divine Silkworm Princess glanced at them and had no intention of attacking again. This made the others heave a sigh of relief. This was really a sharp goddess. She was fresh and beautiful, but she was rather domineering and powerful. The storm passed just like that. Everyone had a scale in their hearts. Even though the monkey bloodline was sparse and almost extinct, just one of them was enough to scare people. They all began to show him respect, truly acknowledging him as the illustrious sacred prince from the bottom of their hearts. Princess Divine Silkworm expressed her gratitude to Yi Fan. Then, she asked about the situation of the 9 divine medicines in the desolate ancient abyss and frowned. That was the Divine Silkworm race's immortal medicine. It originally grew on the Divine Silkworm Ridge and contained fragments of the Great Path. It was the race's supreme treasure. How did it end up in that abyss? She thought of some past events, but it was difficult to connect them together. Back then, the ancient medicine flew away on its own. Even the Divine Silkworm race's great sage couldn't stop it. "I'll go there when I have time," said the Divine Silkworm Princess. "Princess, be careful. An ancient king from another race went there before, but he returned in failure," advised the people of the Divine Silkworm Ridge. "I understand." The Divine Silkworm Princess nodded. The little creature on her shoulder also snorted and rolled its large eyes. It had a mischievous look on its face. "Little guy, do you still remember me?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. Beside him, the others were silent. No one dared to speak loudly in front of this goddess. However, he wasn't one of them, which made many people envious. "Mph. Little Guai rolled its eyes at him. It grabbed a lock of Divine Silkworm Princess's hair with its little claw and carefully guarded against him, as if it was afraid that it would be taken away. "You have no conscience. I was the one who helped you pass through the tribulation." Yi Fan wanted to touch it, but it groaned. In the distance, the ancient races all frowned. Was the human race's holy physique trying to rope in Divine Silkworm Princess and make Divine Silkworm Ridge stand on their side? It was chaotic enough with a monkey, and with those divine silkworms, everyone had to be wary. "The human race's path is under our own feet. Others can't help us," said the Divine Silkworm Princess. She didn't want to get involved in the disputes of the races. It would be a lie if Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the others said that they weren't disappointed. They couldn't win over such a super support. However, they also knew that the relationships between the races were very complicated. The Divine Silkworm Princess had to consider the Divine Silkworm Ridge and wouldn't easily get involved in the chaos. The appearance of the investiture of the gods intimidated all races, but there are still some ancient kings who believe that great Emperor Wuxia has already passed away. They will personally come to this meeting. In the end, the Divine Silkworm Princess floated away with little Guai. She left just like that, light and unrestrained, leaving only this sentence for Yi Fan and the others. All the large tribes present were relieved. As long as the Divine Silkworm Ridge Princess didn't stand on the side of the human race, everything would be fine. Otherwise, they would really be afraid. Yi Fan and the others' hearts sank. This wasn't good news. Even the investiture of the gods had come out, but there were still ancient kings who didn't believe it. The situation wasn't good. There wasn't much time left. When the meeting of the 10,000 races truly began, these powerful ancient kings would descend. There would probably be chaos and even a great disaster. Even great Emperor Wu Shi's investiture of the gods can't suppress them? Yi Fan and Duanda were at their wits' end. This was the most powerful trump card they could use in the near future. There was no other way in the short term. The Heavenly Prince wasn't the only one who knew about the ancient Emperor Mountain. There were definitely others who knew some secrets. Otherwise, they wouldn't believe that great Emperor Wu Shi had turned to dust. However, the human race, other than Yi Fan and the others, all believed that great Emperor Wu Shi was still alive. In the past few days, the human race of the northern region was like boiling water, and there was a clamor everywhere. They didn't know that some ancient kings were sneering. There were still a few people who hadn't been suppressed. This was a great disaster. It was the same in the Jade Pool. Many sect masters of the human race thought that they had the initiative and had a lot of power, but they didn't know that there were ancient kings looking down on them. "What should we do?" Li Heishui frowned. Seeing the emotions of the human race in the Jade Pool, he was filled with worry. Who is controlling the investiture of the gods? Will he appear? When the time comes, will he come out to intimidate us? Yi Fan asked. It shouldn't be that dog, right? According to its identity, it should be an existence that has been wandering between destruction and reconstruction. After all, it has followed Wuxia before. Duanda muttered. Could it really be Black Emperor? That's not possible. With his greedy and shameless appearance, how could he be an expert? Yi Fan rubbed his chin. It was really hard to imagine Black Emperor as an expert. That bastard's eyes were opened when he saw a treasure. He even stole someone he knew. He was even more wicked than Duanda. Now, the human race was extremely lacking in powerful experts. Once the conference was held, the situation wouldn't be optimistic. Let's hide this saint shell first. Since a powerful ancient king will appear, he will most likely establish his might. Since they don't believe that great Emperor Wu Shi is alive, they might directly kill your only saint first. After careful consideration, the monkey said such a serious question because he understood the ancient king too well. That's right. A saint shell is hard to subdue. After all, it's not a true living saint. If the heaven-devouring devil jar were to be shaken out and found to be a dead shell, the consequences would be even worse. Duanda also said. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others felt a cold chill. It was like an autumn wind had swept past and thousands of leaves had withered. It was a desolate scene. Brother Yi, it's been 12 years. We won't go back until we're drunk. Not far away, the great Xia prince walked over. After a long time, he had a sincere smile on his face. Yi Fan temporarily put down his worries and went up to greet the great Xia prince. After greeting the great Xia prince, he smiled at the little nun in white beside him. Little master is becoming more and more beautiful. Are you married? Li Tian opened his folding fan with a pa sound and shook it 3 times with each step. Little master, how old are you? Are you willing to comprehend the wondrous principles of Buddhism with me? The little nun who was as delicate as a porcelain doll had grown up, but her big eyes were still clear. She was still very dependent on her brother. Hiding behind him, she said angrily, "None of you are good." Hee hee. The group of people laughed dryly. They felt guilty for blaspheming a young Buddhist nun like this. The great Xia prince smiled. He was not angry because he knew that these people would not dare to do anything to his sister. They were just taking advantage of her with their words. Brother Yuekong, over here. Li Heishui saw the group of people from the Sky Demon Palace who had just entered the Jasper Lake and called out to their young master. Yao Yuekong was full of heroic spirit. His purple robe fluttered in the wind. He was many times stronger than before. His essence, qi, and spirit were almost boiling. Yi Fan, Brother Heishui, I didn't expect to see you again. Yao Yuekong was very excited. Where have you been all these years? Why haven't I heard from you? The great Xia prince asked the young master of the Sky Demon Palace. I have been in seclusion for more than 10 years. My body has finally recovered. Yao Yuekong said. Everyone knew that with the Sky Demon body, he should have been able to look down on his peers. However, before he was born, he was schemed against by someone in his mother's womb. As a result, he had always been weak and could not display the power of the Sky Demon. Congratulations. A group of people sent their blessings and congratulated him. Not long after, Ji Haoyue and his sister also arrived. They entered the Jasper Lake with the old antiques of the Ji family. They did not go north with Yi Fan. The Jade Lake Saintess had brought the two of them over. It was a lively gathering of old friends. For the time being, they had forgotten the perplexity of the future of the human tribe and the worries in their hearts. They toasted each other under an ancient tree and drank heartily. Some old acquaintances joined them. When the southern demon and Qi Haoshui arrived, they also brought the central emperor who they were not very familiar with. Is it him? Why do I feel like I am seeing an old friend? The central emperor's words made Yi Fan and Duanda quiver. Only the two of them were paying attention, so they heard it vaguely. These people gathered together. It was undoubtedly a small gathering. The monkey pulled the divine silkworm Daoist to drink. The southern demon and the central emperor used Dao techniques to refine qi to drink. Yi Fan grabbed Duanda and stuffed his mouth with a wine jar. The divine king body Ji Haoyue and the sky demon body Yao Yuekong discussed physiques. The saintess of the Jade Lake, Qi Haoshui, Ji Ziyue, and the little nun each had their own celestial beauty. They competed with each other and drank. Boom. Finally, what should have come had come. A powerful ancient king descended. The divine bell rang continuously. An overwhelming saint aura surged into the Jasper Lake without any concealment. An ancient king with a dragon head and divine light circling around his body walked in. Everywhere he passed, all the living beings uncontrollably bowed down. This was the pressure of a saint-level expert. Ordinary cultivators could not withstand it at all. He walked straight toward the group of humans. In the end, there were endless thuds. They all knelt on the ground because of his aura. The might of a saint was irresistible. He clearly did this on purpose. He walked forward with large strides and sneered. I heard that a saint appeared in the human race. It's really rare. Come over and let me see if you live up to your name. He was loud and had a hint of killing intent. What the divine silkworm princess and the monkey said was true. The powerful ancient king wanted to kill the only saint of the human race. Chapter 8:15. The ancient tree was like a horned dragon. Its branches were bold and upright as they stretched towards the sky, sprinkling a layer of shade on the ground. This ancient king had a dragon head and a majestic body. He was born with an unusual disposition and looked tall and sturdy. There was a dazzling ring behind his head. A large number of humans and ancient creatures knelt on the ground. Their bodies were trembling and convulsing uncontrollably as if they were facing a deity. He possessed incomparable might, and the natural aura he emitted made it difficult for others to endure. This was the pressure of an ancient saint. As he stood there, everyone knelt down. Where is that saint? Tell him to come and see me. His face was full of coldness. With his hands behind his back, he stood proudly in the center of the field and looked disdainfully at the jade lake. The ancient trees swayed and their shadows danced. This place was very quiet and still no one answered. Which human cultivator dared to step out? They didn't have the strength to fight against a saint. At this moment, this ancient king's expression was very cold. He swept his gaze over everyone and then laughed unrestrainedly towards the sky. You actually ran away? How laughable! Humans, you are just as cowardly as before. He charged in alone with an air of supremacy and looked askance at everyone present. This kind of oppressive aura made people's primordial spirits about to split apart. This kind of laughter was very ear-piercing. The expressions of the human cultivators all changed. This was a type of humiliation and was equivalent to slapping them in the face. Not far away, in the ancient forest, Yi Fan and the others all had ugly expressions. This ancient king was too excessive. He wanted nothing more than to take out the saint shell again. An old human cultivator with an unyielding personality barely resisted the saint might and said, "He might have left because he has something to do. You don't need to humiliate the human race like this." Left because he has something to do? I think he escaped. As long as he comes back, I'll kill him immediately. The dragon-head ancient king placed his hands behind his back and the ring behind his head became even more dazzling. His fearless laughter was like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into everyone's heart. He was incomparably disdainful as he faced everyone alone. At this time, even many ancient creatures were astonished. This ancient king was obviously looking for trouble and had no intention of sitting down to participate in the assembly of 1,000 races. Not far away, the heavenly prince revealed a sinister expression. The two ancient kings beside him looked at each other and smiled. They knew that a good show was about to begin. Not only them, but other powerful ancient kings also did not believe that Wuxia was still alive. They would definitely come to the Jade Pool personally to demand an explanation. What a disappointment. The human race is still as useless as before, never daring to face us and can only be reduced to vassals. This ancestral king's expression became even colder, his words not leaving any face at all. Damn it. Even an outsider like Li Tian couldn't endure it any longer. His heart burned with anger, and at the same time he regretted coming to such a freakish ancient star. The ancient creatures were just too terrifying. The others also felt aggrieved. This ancient king had come purely to humiliate them. That kind of dominance was specifically aimed at them. At this moment, everyone was furious but did not dare to say anything. This was a saint. Even if there were 1,000 or 10,000 of them, they would not be able to withstand a single hand of his. With a press, they would all be turned into ashes. So boring, so boring. The dragon-head ancient king shook his head with a hint of disdain. He walked forward in large strides in an incomparably calm and composed manner. On the side, the reactions of the various races were different. Some were surprised, some were worried, but most were excited. The influence of the investiture of the gods on the northern regions seemed to have been diluted by this ancient king. His words and actions stirred up many tribes. Where is the human race's sacred physique? Let me see it. This ancient king strode into the depths of the ancient forest and walked straight over. His eyes were somewhat cold as he stared at Yifan. Oh no! Duanda's expression changed. This person was clearly here to find fault and most likely wanted to eliminate Yifan. After all, the human race's sacred physique was not ordinary. Most of the great races in the ancient times did not wish for him to grow, so it was best to kill him in the cradle. It's no big deal. If it really doesn't work, I'll throw caution to the wind and use that sacred shell to smack him to death with the heaven-devouring evil jar. Yifan said fiercely. Try not to act recklessly. There will be big problems. Duanda's expression was solemn. In that instant, they quickly exchanged opinions in secret. The dragon-head ancient king walked over step by step. The powerful aura of a saint flowed like hazy primal chaos mist, causing everyone to tremble in fear. It's you? He stood high above and looked down at Yifan behind the stone table. That's right, it's me. Yifan stood up and looked him in the eye. He was calm and fearless. In the distance, the spectating humans and ancient races were all astonished. Facing the might of an ancient king, he was actually able to stand up and not kneel. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Somewhat interesting. The dragon-head ancient king looked down at him. His aura suddenly became much denser, and the ring behind his head became even more dazzling. He was like a god. Yifan felt a powerful pressure, and all the bones in his body were creaking. If it wasn't for his special physique, he might have already collapsed. Even so, his body was in intense pain. A powerful force surged toward him, forcing him to kneel. This was the aura of a saint. What kind of ability is it to suppress with the power of a saint? What's there to be proud of? A cold voice rang out. The monkey stood up and confronted the ancient king. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Not long ago, Princess Divine Silkworm had stood up for the monkey. The scene was still vivid in their minds, and now he was going to provoke another ancient king. Sacred Prince, as a member of our ancient race, it's inexcusable for you to be so close to the human race's sacred physique, said the dragon-head ancient king indifferently as he retracted his might. My father once said that all living things reinforce and counteract each other. There's a reason for each race's existence, said the monkey. You're the descendant of Emperor Fighting, so I don't want to criticize you. However, you don't have to worry about the human race's sacred physique. No one can stop me. The dragon-head ancient king's expression turned cold. He had the urge to kill the monkey as well if there was any disagreement. In the distance, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. An ancient king had arrived in person. Ordinary people couldn't compare at all. The difference was too great. All the sect masters attacked together, but they couldn't stop a single finger of his. Are you trying to bully others? Yifan pulled the monkey back and didn't let him go forward. He wasn't afraid and his expression was calm. It was as if he was questioning him. Are you talking to me? I can kill you tens of thousands of times with a single finger. The dragon-head ancient king was cold. That's right, I'm talking to you. Yifan nodded his head fearlessly. Behind him, everyone was astonished. All their gazes were focused on him. He actually dared to speak to an ancient king like this. This was equivalent to knocking on the gloomy gates of hell. The Southern Mountains barbarian tribe leader couldn't watch any longer. He was afraid that Yifan would be killed with a single finger, so he said loudly, "The investiture of the gods has suppressed the northern region. Great Emperor Wu sure has manifested a miracle. Today, the convention of the myriad races is about to be held. As an ancient king, you don't have any self-respect. Why are you so overbearing?" The surroundings were quiet. Everyone held their breaths. To dare to question an ancient king like this required great courage. They were all sweating for the barbarian tribe leader. Haha. The dragon-head ancient king laughed at the sky. He looked down on everyone and simply didn't put anyone in his eyes. There was only endless contempt. A bunch of ants. Even now, you're still pinning your hopes on that dead person? He has long since rotted into bone dregs. To tell you the truth, I've come this time to shatter your daydreams. His attitude was arrogant. These words were not only humiliating the human race, but also great Emperor Wuxia. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. What, you're not convinced? I'll stand here and let that ghost Wuxia come out to suppress me. The dragon-head ancient king sneered, how can a person live for hundreds of thousands of years? That's simply a joke. That's right. Not far away, the heavenly prince echoed loudly. Yuangu also nodded. At this moment, the ancient races were in an uproar. Everyone began to discuss and their minds became incomparably lively. They were all very excited. You're humiliating us, the great emperor of the human race. You'll definitely turn into ashes soon. The barbarian tribe leader shouted. Ha, how naive. Wait until that ghost crawls out of his grave. The dragon-head ancient king's expression turned cold after he finished laughing. You're the barbarian chief of the Southern Mountains barbarian tribe? I've heard that the Valley of Divinities wasn't able to eliminate you. I'll do it. Boom! He shot a cold glance and a monstrous saint's aura surged out. The barbarian tribe leader coughed up blood and was sent flying. The scene was dead silent. This was the barbarian tribe leader, yet he couldn't even block a wisp of the aura released by a saint. The gap between them was simply too great. Yi Fan was enraged. What about me? You're just a little sacred physique of the human race that hasn't matured yet. How dare you disrespect me? Hurry up and kneel. He shouted again. You're going too far. The barbarian king appeared from behind. He stopped the barbarian tribe leader's bleeding and handed him over to his tribesmen to take care of. The dragon-head ancient king turned around and sneered. 3 immortal slashes. You've achieved great success. Interesting, but it's still not enough. I only need 1 finger to kill you. Do you really look down on the human race? The barbarian king's expression darkened. The other human cultivators also had ugly and furious expressions. Human race, you're not good enough. The dragon-head ancient king shook his finger with an indescribable disdain. Wuxia is already a dead man. What else can you hope for? You really haven't improved at all. You're just like the primordial era, just a small subordinate tribe under an expert. If you say that, I'll find someone to deal with you. The barbarian king was furious. All the hair on his body stood on end and his blood vessels surged. He wasn't the only one who was angry. All the other human cultivators were enraged and wanted to burn the 9 heavens. A warrior could be killed but not humiliated. The dragon-head ancient king had gone too far. Is that so? You bugs think you're worthy of fighting with me? I'll send you all on your way with 1 finger. The dragon-head ancient king said sinisterly. He extended a finger and pointed at the barbarian tribe. At this moment, the barbarian king only had one action. He took off the beastskin hat on his head and said, I'll find someone to deal with you. Buzz. The void collapsed as a large black claw reached out. It was as if it came from an ancient land that tore through time and space. Fierce and terrifying, the large black claw grabbed the incoming finger. The sound of bones breaking could be heard as blood splattered everywhere. The ancient king's finger was broken off. Ah! The dragon-head ancient king let out a blood-curdling scream and fell back. He couldn't believe his eyes. The finger that contained the divine law of the great Tao had been broken. Everyone was flabbergasted. They felt that it was inconceivable and incomparably shocking. On the barbarian king's head was a small black tortoise. To be precise, it was a black tortoise because it had a true dragon's head. After clearly seeing what had injured him, the dragon-head ancient king was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. A slow black tortoise was shaking a small claw at him. He couldn't take it anymore. This was a type of humiliation. He said in a low voice, A tortoise? I've actually been injured by a tortoise. F***CKU. You're the tortoise, I'm the black tortoise. The slow black tortoise on the barbarian king's head said sharply. Everyone was dumbfounded and almost petrified. Why did this strange black tortoise have the same temperament as the barbarian tribe? They both belonged to the crude and crude type. The dragon-head ancient king roared angrily. He activated the divine law of the great Tao and charged forward. Bang! However, a large black claw stretched forward and slapped him over. F***CKU to death. Remember, I'm the black tortoise. Chapter 8:16. The dragon-head ancient king roared. As the ancestor of a race, he had moved unhindered throughout the ancient era and rarely had a worthy opponent. Yet, he was knocked down by a single slap from a turtle. He had almost gone mad. He Wu laid on the barbarian king's head and was relatively calm. He tilted his neck and slowly said, "It's useless even if you shout your throat hoarse." Dragon-head ancestral king was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His eyes were like two sharp knives, cold and flickering coldly. After standing up, he pressed forward step by step. His godly rules were like the sea, like a rainbow, interweaving into a path of Tao. All the light struck the turtle shell and all kinds of divine laws struck the black armor interweaving with patterns. All of them were silently annihilated. Pow! Moreover, at this moment, the black turtle stretched out a large claw. It was as large as a dustpan and directly slapped the dragon-head ancient king, causing him to fall to the ground once again. Crackle, all the bones in this ancient king's body exploded. It was unknown how many pieces they had cracked into. His entire body was covered in blood and almost disintegrated. He turned into a blazing light and escaped, standing several hundred meters away. The dragon-head ancient king's face was ashen and as ugly as one could imagine. Just now, he was still looking down on everyone, but now, he was almost smashed by a turtle. How could he endure this? Do you remember who I am? The black turtle slowly landed on the barbarian king's head and shook a small claw, saying, "Black tortoise, I am the great black tortoise." The dragon-head ancient king was almost going crazy. He felt that this was a type of humiliation. The two dragon horns on his head flickered with radiance and emitted boundless radiance. They wanted to slash apart this part of the sky, accompanied by the rumbling of the great Tao. Boom! Suddenly, the aura of the great ancient emperors pervaded the air and the sound waves of the great Tao were deafening. Strand after strand of green and hazy air currents descended from the boundless sky. Every strand was as thick as a mountain, grand and heavy, and they were like strands of heavenly rivers that were pouring down. In the boundless sky, there seemed to be an independent small world. Primal chaos surged, and the earth, fire, wind, and water moved. Within it, a green pagoda was faintly discernible. This was an aura that covered the heavens and the earth. It was righteous, auspicious, and vast. It didn't have an overbearing might, but it had a type of inviolable holiness and solemnity. Forget about ordinary cultivators, even the bodies of the dragon-head ancient king and the black tortoise went rigid, not daring to move recklessly. Even they felt that if they acted rashly, they would definitely be destroyed. West Emperor Tower. This was also the Immortal tier's green gold pagoda. It was personally forged by the Western Empress back then, and after experiencing the endless great eras, it remained imperishable. It had been passed down to this day, and it could suppress everything in this world. The Jade Lake Grand Assembly has a rule. No one is allowed to start a fight here. I hope the Hidden Dragon River's ancestor king will abide by this rule. The Jade Lake Queen Mother's voice sounded from the sky. The Extreme Tao Emperor weapon itself was an invincible existence. It was an alternative continuation of the ancient emperor's lives. Who in the world would dare to resist it? Once the monarch weapon awakens, even the ancestral king would have to face it head-on. However, the process of recovery was a little slow. It was difficult to control the Extreme Path Emperor weapon, and it would take a long time for many almighties to use it with all their might. Their essence would be sucked dry at any time. Otherwise, with a monarch weapon in hand, it could be said that he owned the world, and who could rival him? Apart from the ancient emperors themselves, no one could truly fully activate the monarch weapon, not even the sages. Even if they could use it, it would be quite strenuous. Of course, within each mountain gate, there would definitely be formation runes personally laid down by the ancient emperors, which could speed up the recovery of the extreme path emperor weapon. It wouldn't consume too much essence, so the Immortal Tier's green gold pagoda appeared at this time. The Western Empress words were only directed at the dragon-head ancient king. Even the misty green pillar of air only fell on the top of his head, causing him to feel great pressure and even a hint of fear. In the pure land of the Jade Lake, the West Emperor Tower surpassed everything in the mortal world. Any sages that entered this place would lose their freedom. The black tortoise was quite satisfied that there was no pillar of air hanging above its head. It then stretched out a small claw and hooked it at the dragon-head ancient king, saying, "If you're not convinced, come over and I'll carve the 2 words black tortoise on your face." The dragon-head ancient king's nostrils spewed out white smoke. Not long ago, he was in high spirits, pointing at the world and looking down on all living beings. His transcendent attitude was completely gone. "Come out and fight with me if you have the guts. I've been waiting for you to say that. Let's go. The great black tortoise will carve a piece of history and write a grand epic on your face." The black tortoise said. "Good. Duan da Li Tian," and Li Heishui secretly applauded and jeered. Many human cultivators also revealed a smile. They felt that this tortoise had a good temperament. His actions were akin to stomping this arrogant ancient king from the sky to the ground. No one stopped him, and in fact, no one could stop him. The dragon-head ancient king didn't want to stay any longer and rushed out first. The black tortoise landed on the ground and grew to the height of a human. It stood upright and looked like a strange man carrying a black walk on his back. With its hind legs on the ground and its 2 front claws carrying the weight on its back, it walked out slowly, not much faster than a snail. The ancient king who was standing outside the Jade Lake waited for a full 15 minutes. His eyes were spewing fire and his eyes were about to roll back when he saw the tortoise bastard slowly walking over. Without any superfluous words, the dragon-head ancient king directly used his most powerful divine technique. The halo behind his head was dazzling and suppressed the sun in the sky. The halo enlarged and turned into a dazzling disk. It devoured the essence, energy, and spirit of all living beings and plundered the vitality of heaven and earth to forge an immortal treasure wheel. Dang! A clear and leisurely sound resounded throughout the world. The divine wheel behind his head became more and more dazzling, making him look like a deity. His entire body was sparkling and translucent. Boom! Finally, the treasure wheel shone and rumbled. It was like a wheel of reincarnation, shining on the black tortoise and striking out with the power of reincarnation. Heavenly path reincarnation. The dragon-head ancient king shouted in a rather domineering manner. He took a step forward, and the entire sky trembled. The treasure wheel pressed down, causing the sky outside the Jade Lake to almost return to primal chaos. You dare to compete with the great black tortoise in terms of domineeringness? See how I break you. The black tortoise's entire body shrunk back into the turtle shell. No matter how many divine laws or techniques you used, they were all useless. All kinds of laws turned into blazing light, and all of them landed on the black tortoise shell. There were mysterious and ancient patterns flickering on the surface, neutralizing the endless divine light. It was difficult to break through. In the distance, the people were astonished. There were probably not many people in the world whose defensive power was more abnormal than his. He was able to take on the strongest divine race of the ancestral king head-on without being damaged. Where did this black tortoise come from? Yi Fan moved closer to the barbarian king and asked in a low voice. He only knew that this was the protector of the barbarian race, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. Who raised it? Let me think, it should be my grandfather's grandfather. The barbarian king said a long string of grandfather's 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 grandfather. Even he found it hard to tell how many years this tortoise had lived. A conservative estimate would be more than 6,000 years old. Normally, this tortoise did not pay attention to anyone and only occasionally spoke a few words with the barbarian king. He did not expect to see an ancestral king so talkative today. Go to hell. The dragon-head ancient king shouted. The disk behind his head became even more dazzling. It blazed like the sun and descended, suppressing the black tortoise. With a single roar, the mountains collapsed and even the clouds hundreds of miles away were scattered. His aura swallowed the mountains and rivers. You can't compete with me in terms of aggressiveness. Then let's see who's better. The black tortoise was not afraid and similarly shouted. It stretched out its head from the shell and brandished its old black fists. It directly smashed the heaven and earth and roared, "Overlord Divine Fist." It could be said that its movements were very comical and its name was also not very good. No matter how one listened to it, it sounded like a tortoise divine fist, but its fists were indeed ferocious and powerful. The first punch of the black fists directly blasted open the disc and shattered it. The second punch directly broke the dragon-head ancient king's 2 arms, and the third punch smashed through his chest. The dragon-head ancient king exploded and then turned into a beam of light in the distance. His face was ashen and extremely unsightly as he reassembled his corporeal body. Tortoise fist. I've actually been F***king defeated by a tortoise fist. You don't learn from your mistakes. This is the Overlord Divine Fist created by the Great Black Tortoise. Today, I'll make you remember it forever. The black tortoise stood upright and charged forward. Its 2 old black fists swung about like 2 large millstones, creating whistling winds. The surrounding mountains were all uprooted like they were made of paper and flew into the distance. The people were horrified. The 2 black fists were densely covered with all kinds of divine laws. No wonder they could shatter all the ancient king's secret techniques. There was the power of the heavenly Tao circulating within them. Boom! The 2 saints clashed once again. One had to admit that the black tortoise was ridiculously fierce. Its 2 old fists shattered the vacuum and destroyed everything in its way. It struck out 108 punches in one go. Even though most of them were neutralized by the desperate dragon-head ancient king, there were still a large number of fist shadows that landed on his body. Remember, this is the Overlord Divine Fist. The dragon-head ancient king's body was disintegrating. Whether it was his flesh or broken bones, there were indelible jet-black marks left behind. Especially on his face, there were more than 10 patterns. All of them were jet-black and shaped like little tortoises. They were left behind by the fist imprints. When they separated once again, the dragon-head ancient king was about to go crazy. Not only was he defeated, but he was also engraved with a mark of humiliation. The black light flickered and couldn't be erased at all. Everyone almost laughed out loud. Even the ancient races were no exception. They were intimidated by the ancient king's divine might and were forcefully holding back their laughter. The dragon-head ancient king's body was covered in cuts and bruises. His face was the worst. There were more than 10 little tortoise imprints on it that couldn't be erased. Remember, this daddy is the black tortoise. If you dare remember wrongly again, I'll also engrave your primordial spirit. The black tortoise said seriously. Its face was solemn, but it made people want to laugh. The dragon-head ancient king had truly gone mad. Was there anything more humiliating than this? Previously, he had displayed his martial prowess and humiliated the human race, suppressing everyone until no one dared to make a sound. But now, he was beaten to death by a tortoise. Tortoise imprints were engraved on his body and face. Moreover, they were engraved with great power and couldn't be erased. He faced the sky and roared continuously. "You tortoise, tortoise fists." The dragon-head ancient king said through clenched teeth. "I am telling you very seriously that the great black tortoise is furious. It is going to blast you into dregs with the emperor tyrant divine fist." The black tortoise's expression was serious. Then, it brandished its old fists and rushed over. Great Tao divine laws flickered in all directions, magical force like a sea. Earth, fire, wind, water rotated. The 2 fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The dragon-head ancient king was about to explode from the black tortoise fists. In the end, he released a great roar of disbelief. He was flustered and exasperated. Then he turned around, covering his head and scurrying like a rat, starting to escape without a trace. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. The face. What dignity? They were all empty. The most important thing was to survive. Right now, he was truly scared of this tortoise. In his panic, he didn't care where he was going. He turned into clouds, wind, and lightning, fleeing all the way. Remember, this daddy is the great black tortoise. The tortoise chased after him with a deadly earnest expression. He didn't want to let him go at all. This was clearly a gargantuan matter, the consequences extremely serious. After all, they were chasing after an archaic ancestral king. However, everyone laughed. It was difficult for them to feel that type of urgency. Meanwhile, the various archaic clans were like this as well. They wanted to laugh, yet they couldn't, feeling extremely uncomfortable inside. This was too crazy. Even a tortoise raised by the human race was a saint, beating a powerful ancient king until he covered his head and scurried like a rat. How were the various races supposed to continue living? In the end, the human race's cultivators all laughed, feeling great satisfaction. This ancient king who looked down on the human race and wanted to suppress and kill a saint deserved to be chased down by a great black tortoise. Chapter 8:17. This black tortoise was meticulous in its pursuit. It ran extremely quickly, and all types of Dao patterns flickered beneath its feet. It was as if a streak of flowing light had streaked across the sky. The dragon-head ancient king was about to go crazy. He couldn't beat this tortoise and was being chased by it like this. He was furious and wanted to die. Heavenly Dao reincarnation. In the end, he gathered all the magical power in his body and once again used the strongest divine law. Light gathered behind his head and formed a giant wheel that illuminated the void. Overlord Divine Fist. The black tortoise also cried out loudly. Its black old fists swelled endlessly and smashed down like two black great mountains. The heaven and earth resonated and rumbled with noise. In the end, within the resplendent radiance, a pair of black old fists smashed apart the precious wheel, shattering the radiance and defeating this divine law. Pooh! The dragon-head ancient king exploded. His primordial spirit wanted to escape, but it was immediately blocked by the black tortoise. It withdrew its body into its body, and the tortoise shell turned into a black millstone that crushed over with rumbling sounds. Ah! The dragon-head ancient king screamed miserably. All of the essence energy he had accumulated throughout his life erupted, but it couldn't penetrate the tortoise shell. He was crushed into powder by the black millstone, and all types of flowing light shot out. A rain of blood fluttered about in the void. Then, it turned into scarlet light and began to burn. This part of the sky collapsed and was continuously destroyed, turning into a ruined land. An ancestral king of a generation had fallen. Boundless light burned and rushed into the heavens. All types of great Dao laws attacked one after another in a disorderly and chaotic manner. No one dared to interfere and could only wait for it to disappear. Beside the Jade Lake, everyone was shaken. An archaic king was killed just like that. His blood splashed through the sky and he turned into a torch of light. His name was erased from this world. The archaic races were deathly silent. A powerful ancient king was killed just like that, blown apart by a seemingly harmless and even comical black tortoise. Didn't the human race almost never have any saints? How could the tortoise they raised be so powerful? It really made one's hair stand on end. In the sky, that tortoise was deadly earnest and solemnly said, "Remember, I am the great black tortoise." Just now, everyone could still laugh, but now they no longer had that kind of mood. An ancient king was blown apart, so who could provoke this tortoise? How could the barbarian race have such a powerful sacred tortoise? The heavenly prince said to himself. The 9 divine rings behind him were extremely dazzling. He frowned. "Prince, lower your voice," the 2 ancient kings said. They sensed that this tortoise was not easy to provoke. Inside the Jade Lake, petals were falling in profusion. Sparkling and translucent petals were falling unceasingly in an ancient forest. Yi Fan toasted the barbarian patriarch and old barbarian king to express his gratitude. Within the Pure Land, many people were drinking with one another. Their hearts were at ease. The insufferably arrogant dragon-head ancient king was crippled by a tortoise and then crippled. This made them feel quite satisfied. The sound of the zither was tinkling. Within the ancient forest, on the shore of the bright lake, auspicious light lingered about. Mist rose and hundreds of birds flew about. It was a scene of peace. The ancient races all had gloomy expressions. An ancient king was killed in front of everyone. This was like a great stone weighing down on their hearts, making them feel uncomfortable. The conference was finally about to begin. Tomorrow morning was the day, but everything was so calm that many people felt uneasy. Finally, when the red sun was setting in the west, the aura of the star domain reversing came from outside the Pure Land. No one came in, but everyone was terrified. The pressure of the ancient saints covered the sky and earth. Dang! The divine bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. A supreme character had arrived, and everyone had to welcome him. On the horizon, several figures slowly walked over. Each of them was tall and incomparably majestic. They were like several demonic mountains that wanted to collapse the ancient skies. They walked very slowly, but it was quite intimidating. Every one of them seemed to have experienced endless tribulations. Their bodies were one with the great Tao of the heaven and earth, fusing with the Tao laws. 7 people. There were no less than 7 ancient saint-level existences. They came together, and as they walked together, the earth almost sank. All kinds of brilliance descended from the sky, and the heavenly sounds rang out incessantly. It was as if they were crying for them. This was the scene produced by the 7 ancient saint-level experts. They were recognized by the heaven and earth, and all kinds of auspicious signs descended for them. Each one of them was in charge of a unique divine law. 7 ancient saints. Such experts appeared at the same time. Just the thought of it made people tremble. On the horizon, it was submerged in a blazing light. 7 tall figures walked over, and every one of them was dyed in a layer of golden brilliance. All creatures trembled, feeling incomparable reverence. These were the existences of the saint level. They had to use their entire lives to look up to them. All of the human cultivators' eyes burned with passion. How great would it be if these were the saints of the human race? There were a total of 7 of them, and they all appeared like this. How shocking would that be? However, as the footsteps approached, all of the human cultivators felt as if cold water had been poured over their heads. Every single saint's appearance was different, and they all had the distinct characteristics of the ancient races. Even though they had a premonition, they still couldn't help but feel a deep sense of disappointment. How could the human race have 7 ancient saints appear all at once? Everyone felt a sense of powerlessness. How were they supposed to contend against these kinds of ancient clans? Suddenly, several ancient kings walked over together. The pressure was suffocating. The barbarian race's protector, the black tortoise, was indeed powerful, but it was difficult for him alone. So many ancient races came, and this wasn't even all of them. The disparity was just too great. At this moment, the outside of the jade pool was quiet. There wasn't the slightest sign of life. It was absolutely silent, and not a single person could say anything. If it wasn't for the fact that many people firmly believed that great Emperor Wuxia was still alive, this would definitely be a great era that would cause everyone to despair. There simply wasn't the slightest bit of hope to speak of. It was extremely difficult for the human race to even find a single saint, and the various ancient clans all had a group of ancient kings overseeing them. The disparity was just too great, and there was simply no way to contend against them. Bathed in multicolored light, their bodies were inlaid with gold. They walked over step by step, and their appearances were all different. Some had a human head and phoenix body, some had a human body and a Qilin head, and some had 36 pairs of divine wings on their backs. There were even some that looked exactly the same as humans. It was clear that they didn't come from the same race, but there was one similarity, and that was that they didn't believe that great Emperor Wuxia was still alive. Just like the dragon-head ancient king, they came here to demand an explanation. 7 saint-level existences. Who could stop them? A single sacred tortoise definitely wouldn't do. This was a heaven-overflowing battle prowess that could destroy all enemies. 7 king clans joining forces? Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The others still had a belief that Wuxia was still alive, but he was well aware of the truth. At this moment, his entire body was ice cold. Who could stop them? This was only the beginning. The 7 ancient kings retracted their might. They weren't as insufferably arrogant as the dragon-head ancient king, forcing all clans to kneel down. However, they were extremely cold, even more apathetic and emotionless. They stood outside the Jade Pool like 7 great mountains. The Jade Pool distinguished meeting is about to begin. The 7 ancient kings have descended, making the distinguished meeting this time flourish greatly. Someone spoke, indirectly flattering them. 7 seniors, please come inside. A human sect master spoke. Even though there was enmity in their hearts, they had no choice but to treat them respectfully. If the reception wasn't good enough, there might be a great disaster. However, the 7 ancient kings stood outside the Jade Pool, as if they didn't hear anything. They didn't pay them any attention, their faces as cold as ice. The arrival of the various ancient kings has made the distinguished meeting even more dazzling and colorful. This is a cause for celebration. Please enter the Jade Pool. Another few human sect masters spoke. However, they were still ignored. The 7 ancient kings didn't even give them a single look. They didn't give them any reply, treating them like air. The few human sect masters bowed respectfully. They immediately went rigid. This wasn't humiliation, but rather cold disregard. The other human cultivators' bodies also went cold, feeling the difference between heaven and earth. These 7 ancient kings didn't even give them a single look. Their eyes were full of great changes as well as callous coldness. It was as if they were facing a group of ants, not having a common language. They didn't purposely look down on them, but this type of eyes from different worlds, their attitude of ignoring them made one's heart even more ice-cold. Ants and giant dragons didn't interact at all. This was what everyone felt. They were in 2 different worlds, and because of this, they were ignored. They couldn't even feel anger. This was a type of indescribable sorrow. The dragon-head ancient king that was beaten to death considered everyone beneath his notice. His temperament was extremely impetuous, making others fear him, but it was difficult for them to respect him. Meanwhile, these 7 ancient kings were different. They were incomparably cold, not uttering a single word, making others feel even more fear. They ignored the humans here, this type of indifference coming from the bottom of their hearts, making everyone even more horrified. I pay my respects to the ancient kings. The heavenly prince walked up and greeted them. Only now did the 7 of them nod their heads, but they still didn't say anything, towering like 7 demonic mountains outside the Jade Pool. What a great display, 7 ancient kings descending together. If you all came to participate in the Jade Pool distinguished meeting, why didn't you all come in? The black tortoise appeared, its expression grave. What kind of distinguished meeting is this? Who here can sit together with us and discuss the future of the world, discuss the development prospects of all clans? Finally, an ancient king spoke, incomparably cold. The words he spoke even more so expressed his attitude, which was that he didn't attach any importance to the humans here at all. This really is a cruel law, the weak being food for the strong. Did you all really not wish to enter the Jade Pool? The black tortoise said, "Can you find someone who is on equal footing with us?" Another ancient king said ruthlessly. The others seemed to have been frozen solid. They were still ice-cold, still indifferent, not giving the humans here a single look, as if they were facing a group of insignificant ants. Everyone couldn't even feel anger, only feeling sorrow. The difference in strength was too great. These 7 ancient kings weren't trying to show off their might, but rather because everything came from their hearts, instinctively ignoring them. Are you all going to turn me into an ant as well? The black tortoise's expression also became cold, asking with a sunken voice. You killed an ancient king from Hidden Dragon River, still quite strong. We originally wanted to seek guidance from you. There weren't any excessive words. A great battle directly erupted, every step filled with killing intent, the most powerful divine laws clashing right from the start. The black tortoise's offense and defense were natural, not strenuous at all. A claw slapped down, blasting this ancient king back more than 10 steps. Quite strong, add me in and give it a try. Another ancient king walked up, cold like an icehouse. A great battle erupted again. The black tortoise still occupied the absolute advantage, wishing to kill the 2 of them, turning into a streak of dark light. Quite strong, but how many can you fight alone? 3 more ancient kings walked up together, one of them incomparably powerful, far exceeding ordinary ancient kings, enough to contend against the Black Tortoise himself. 5 ancient kings took action together. There were 2 even colder ones on the side, not moving at all, indifferently watching the battle. Kill! The Black Tortoise was furious, but how could a single person stop 5 ancient kings? One of them was too powerful, comparable to him, an exceptional great enemy. Together with the support of the other 4, he was immediately not a match. The Black Tortoise suffered 13 heavy blows in succession, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, flying outwards. If not for the tortoise shell's defensive strength being astonishing, it would have definitely turned to ashes just now. The Black Tortoise was defeated, continuously coughing out blood. He crawled up with difficulty, his eyes extremely cold, blazing divine lightning shooting out, walking forward again. This time, he suffered 19 blows in succession, all of them struck by that ancient king who was far stronger than ordinary people. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, even the Black Tortoise shell producing a few cracks. This time, the Black Tortoise fell onto the ground, only crawling up after exhausting a great deal of strength. The 7 ancient kings were like solid ice that wouldn't melt for 10,000 years, unmoving, towering in front of them. One of them spoke without any fluctuations of emotion, saying, "When a great clan needs a tortoise to maintain its pitiful dignity, is destruction still that far away?" When these words sounded, all of the humans' expressions changed. This was like a blade stabbing into everyone's hearts. Even the ones who were the most patient couldn't help but roar out right now. Many people felt their mouths tighten, unable to help but roar towards the sky. "Wuxia is already dead, none of you can count on him." Another cold sentence was spoken. At this time, everyone wanted to rush forward. Even if they were going to die, they still wanted to fight and fight a great battle. However, they discovered with sorrow that they didn't even have the qualifications. The difference was too great, not even on the same order of magnitude. Are you all relying on this tortoise? Can he still fight? Can he still protect your last bit of laughable dignity? An ancient king who hadn't spoken all this time coldly spoke. At this moment, everyone's hot blood surged, wishing they could immediately rush over. If there was a human race great sage who descended from the sky right now, how great would that be? This was everyone's hope in the midst of despair. The meeting of the myriad races is a joke. Is there anyone who is on the same level as us? How can we hold it? Another ancient king said. Everyone's faces were ashen, but they were powerless to refute. There was no one at the same level as them to talk to, which made them angry and helpless. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from the end of the world, merging with the pulse of this world and clearly entering everyone's hearts. The setting sun was like blood, sprinkling down red brilliance that filled the sky, dyeing the earth with a layer of red. At the end of the world, a tall and straight figure was walking over step by step. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he was heroic and imposing as he moved forward resolutely. This was a saint who belonged to the human race. His heroic spirit was overwhelming, and his style was peerless. A true saint of the human race. Many of the human race cultivators present actually cried at this moment. It was unknown whether it was because they were excited, happy, or sullen, but hot tears flowed down their cheeks. The human race relied on a tortoise to protect their last dignity, which made them so miserable that they wanted to die. They were mercilessly torn apart by several ancient kings, and it was even more painful than being cut by a knife. Today, they finally saw a saint that belonged to the human race. He merged with heaven and earth, and his white clothes were untainted by a speck of dust. He was extraordinary, and his handsome face was firm and resolute. He was peerless, like an immortal king that had descended into the world. Yi Fan was also excited. After seeing this person, even he couldn't help but tear up. Chapter 8:18. In the setting sun, a man in white was walking over step by step. The glow of the setting sun shone on him, dyeing him with a layer of divine brilliance, making him extraordinary. His appearance touched everyone's heart. Many people roared out loud. Being looked down upon by the 7 ancestral kings from the bottom of their hearts made everyone feel aggrieved. This was a handsome and young face, but the vicissitudes in his eyes indicated that he was no longer a young man. His snow-white robe fluttered in the wind as he stepped on the sunset glow. Like a dream, his splendor and peerless appearance made people want to kneel down and worship him. This wasn't a result of pressure, but rather an emotion that stirred everyone up. Everyone began to cry out loudly, "A saint! A saint that belongs to the human clan." It had been almost 17 or 18 years since they parted. Yi Fan's eyes were sour. He did not expect to see the Divine King in white here. He was able to reach this step today all because of Divine King Jiang. He helped him repair the broken path of the divine body, cleansed the great path with the blood of the gods, and helped him break through. It could be said that Divine King Jiang had exchanged all of this for him with his life. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would vanish into the crowd. Divine King? Yi Fan's voice trembled. His steps were unsteady as he walked forward to greet the Divine King. Back then, the Divine King was a hero in his twilight years. He went alone into the great wilderness, only seeking death. This made him very sad, but he was unable to help. Now, he finally appeared in the world again. Yi Fan was extremely excited because the Divine King was the person he respected the most. The Divine King had a head full of white hair that sparkled like snow. His body was tall and strong, and his appearance was peerless. As soon as he appeared, he gave people the feeling of a majestic mountain that could hold up the sky. He made people feel that everything could be withstood, like an immortal pillar that held up the sky. Many people were excited, and many were quietly wiping away their tears. Their eyes were red. After being suppressed for so long, everyone was extremely looking forward to the arrival of a human clan saint. The 7 ancestral kings also had to look back. When they saw this extraordinary person, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their cold expressions froze. Divine King? Yi Fan walked over, paying his respects, almost choking with emotion, his emotions sincere. "Get up." Divine King Jiang Taishu personally pulled him up. His white robes were picturesque, and the unparalleled elegance of the past seemed to appear before their eyes, causing everyone's hearts to surge with emotions. There were many kings in the world, but only the white-robed Divine King was crowned with the word peerless. The setting sun dyed the world red. The Divine King's entire body was dazzling as he stood there, illuminating everyone's hearts. It made people feel as if he alone could support the entire sky. God King. A supreme God King. At this moment, no one knew who shouted first, but everyone else followed suit. Their voices shook the heavens and the earth. At this juncture of despair, the arrival of a single person had such an effect. This had ignited the passion of everyone, causing many of the ancient race beings to feel a wave of fear. Meanwhile, the 7 archaic kings also revealed looks of surprise. Dark light flickered within their eyes as they calmly watched. The Divine King was a very unfortunate person. He became famous when he was young, and he had already achieved the 3 executions of the immortal realm. However, the heavens were jealous of his talent, and he was at the peak of his power when he was trapped in the Purple Mountain for 4,000 years. After his return, everything changed. He had lived a heroic life, but he was already past his prime. There was nothing more painful than this. He was originally invincible, but now he was quietly waiting for his life to come to an end. What was even more tragic was that his beloved had died in order to save him. He watched helplessly as, with such a vicissitudes of life and experience, he held the cold corpse of Fairy Rosy Cloud in his arms, and his hair turned white in the bleak sunset. Anyone who understood the Divine King's life would feel moved and sad for him. His life was full of misfortunes, and he was an outstanding person who would make others feel heartache. When he was young, he had killed the Sun Sovereign, one of the Gemini kings of the Central Prefecture, who had already entered the realm of great accomplishment. And not long ago, the battle of the barbarian race's cavalry in the northern plains revealed that he had injured the Dark Devil King, the foundation of the Wang family, causing him to lose the confidence to prove his way. How many other unknown past events were done when he was young? With such a glorious battle record, If he had not wasted 4,000 years, what level would he have grown to? Every time they thought of it, they would sigh and feel pity for the divine king. This was a true heaven-warping hero. Finally, a saint has appeared, an ancient king said coldly. The scene quieted down. Everyone was paying attention to the white-robed king, or perhaps they should call him the white-robed saint. But from a psychological point of view, people were more willing to call him the white-robed divine king. This was no longer an achievement, but a unique title. A saint that is not like ordinary people. Among the 7 ancient kings, the only man who had not spoken yet spoke. He frowned slightly and said, "How should I address you?" Jiang Taishu, the divine king said calmly. His eyes were full of spirit, like the sunset, sparkling brilliantly. He did not have the aura of a saint, nor did he have an intimidating might. But just by standing there, he could share the limelight with the 7 ancient kings. He did not seem to be the slightest bit weaker. This was what everyone felt. No one knew whether it was a misconception or an illusion. Their hearts became extremely certain. The arrival of the divine king was like a stabilizing force, making them feel at ease. "Why, do I feel that you are different from other saints?" An ancient king's cold expression faded, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face. "We are different. We are of different races, and the Tao we have proven is also different," the divine king said. "No, what kind of Tao have you proven?" "You are definitely stronger than ordinary saints," the ancient king said in a low voice. Everyone present was shocked, especially the ancient races. They were even shocked. For an ancient king to say such words, it was enough to show that the white-robed saint before them was stronger than him. Times have changed. Every human saint is different, divine King Jiang said calmly. However, these words were like a clap of thunder, shocking the ancient kings present. Their expressions changed for the first time. As for the others, only a few people figured out what he meant. Then they were also shocked. This was the post-primordial era. It was different from the past. The world could not accommodate saints, and no one could prove their Tao. Even king tiers were almost impossible to see. These years had been an era that made the most talented cultivators despair. They had great talent, but they could not cut their Tao. They spent their days in vain, and their hair turned white. They were sorrowful, but they could not achieve anything. It was different before the primordial era. Before the rules of the world changed, king tiers were not rare. Every race had saints. It was much easier to cultivate than it was now. In the present age, king tiers were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. It was even more difficult than becoming a saint in ancient times. With such harsh conditions, how could one take the step of becoming a saint? In these years, those who could cut their Tao 3 times were all amazing. Everyone had their own unique path. It was facilitated by all kinds of great opportunities, and it could not be replicated. Under these circumstances where becoming a saint was not allowed, one had to take that heaven-defying step. How strong of a will and talent did one need? Every saint who became a saint under such circumstances was incomparable. They were different from others. Even if they had only taken the first step, they were still terrifying. This was because they were kings among saints, and they had succeeded under the most impossible conditions. What kind of person was the white-robed divine king? He was crowned with the word peerless, and he had a king physique. With such difficult background conditions, he could be called the king of kings. Times have changed. An ancient king muttered to himself. His heart was in turmoil. Human saints were almost impossible to see, but as long as one jumped out, they would be extremely stunning and frightening, making them feel fear. The convention of the myriad races is about to begin. Won't you all come in and have a seat? The divine king invited. His hair was white like snow, and he was heroic and imposing. His tone was calm and upright. It's not worth going in and sitting. What kind of convention is it without people who can sit at the same table as you? We're sitting here, and there's no one who can sit at the same table as us. Who can we talk to? An ancient king mercilessly reopened their scars. This made many human cultivators angry, but they could not refute him. If divine King Jiang had not come, this would have been the case. How about I sit and discuss the Tao with you? The white-robed divine king said, "You are unordinary, I was just about to experience it. You should pass through us first." An ancient king walked up and immediately took action. Behind him, there were 36 pairs of divine wings. They fluttered together, and suddenly a heavenly light screen appeared. A heavenly sword soared up and slashed down. This was formed by the boundless divine laws, and it was his strongest attack. In a battle between saints, a single attack could decide victory and defeat, deciding life and death. In this setting sun, Jiang Taishu's entire body was surrounded by golden light. He only made one move, and that was to slash with his fingers. Clang! The heavenly sword snapped under the divine king's 2 fingers, and the divine laws were extinguished like smoke. They turned into a dazzling light and disappeared into the void. Boom! An even more terrifying battle began. This time there were 6 saints. Apart from an ancient king, they all attacked and suppressed the white-robed divine king together. Thousands and tens of thousands of strands of light intersected and turned into a Dao immortal mace. The sonorous voice of the heavenly Dao rang out in all directions, and all kinds of auspicious qi gushed out and fell down. This was the trump card the 6 saints used together. It competed with the world for fortune, competed with the sun and moon for brilliance, and advanced with peace and slaughter. Boundless light, boundless tribulation, boundless energy, suppress eternally. The 6 of them shouted together. Their voices resounded through the heavens and earth, rumbling and rumbling. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of li it traveled. The void in front of them was collapsing. Chaotic light vaguely appeared, and a small world was forcefully cleaved open. There was an additional aura of opening the heavens here. This was a peerlessly powerful attack. The sky was filled with auspicious colors, and divine lotuses appeared on the ground. All kinds of light gathered together to form a divine sea. Everyone collapsed. They weren't attacked, but they couldn't endure the pressure in the sky. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The Supreme Divine King's hands moved. Time seemed to have stopped for him. His white hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were filled with determination. He was unmoved as he drew out a path. Only Yi Fan understood that he was using the battle saint technique. The number 1 offensive power for the past 5,000 years had once again displayed its brilliance. And this time, the Divine King entered the stage with the identity of a saint. He displayed his unrivaled attack, the most powerful attack. The world collapsed. A blood-red furnace appeared. It was divine and vast, filling the sky. There were divine birds, suns, and other ancient diagrams carved on it. The multicolored haze was like blood, blossoming brilliantly. All types of laws interweaved beside this sacred furnace, releasing heavenly Dao rumbling sounds. It suppressed downwards and no one could stop it. What? You brought an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Could this be the Jiang family's eternal universe furnace? Several ancient kings were horrified. Their fine hairs stood on end, and they felt a deep sense of powerlessness. They couldn't resist, and they were continuously pressed down. No, this is an offensive saint technique he evolved, not an emperor weapon. This is too terrifying. An ancient king's entire body went ice cold. Everyone was shaken. This was earth-shattering. The human cultivators knew that this was definitely the battle saint technique. It had evolved an unrivaled attack. Number 1 offensive power for the past 5,000 years, an unbreakable legend. Everyone was stirred up. After entering the saint realm, the white-clothed divine king became even more invincible. He was still that unrivaled supreme divine king. The various ancient races revealed looks of fear. Everyone was terrified. A single person was suppressing 6 saints. Just what kind of style was this? An unrivaled expert, a king among saints. In the sky, the sacred furnace that filled the sky with scarlet multicolored light was unstoppable. The 6 ancient kings all bent over, about to kneel on the ground. His unrivaled style hadn't diminished in the past. The number 1 offensive power for the past 5,000 years was still an unbreakable legend. The king had a head of white hair that was sparkling like snow. His tall and sturdy body was exceptionally charming. Just by appearing, he gave off a feeling like a majestic mountain that could support the heavens. It made people feel as if everything could be withstood, as if he was an immortal pillar that supported the heavens. Chapter 8:19. The white-robed divine king was still as graceful as before. As he took action, everyone's blood surged. They roared out in response as their blood boiled. In the sky, the blood-colored divine furnace blossomed with boundless light. Scarlet multicolored light curled about, and divine laws were boundless. The great Tao rumbled incessantly. The 6 ancient kings bent their waists and knees. They couldn't bear the divine might, and it was useless even if they resisted together. Every single bone in their body was ringing, about to explode. The world was a boundless expanse. There was light everywhere, and there were natural laws everywhere. A blood-red divine furnace stood there, as large as a mountain, illuminating the sky. Everyone was intimidated. The 6 saints couldn't defeat it even after joining hands. They were about to kneel down and be completely destroyed. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The white-robed saint's reputation wasn't undeserved. His battle saint technique was unparalleled, and even the eternal universe emperor furnace had been produced. What else couldn't he do? The 6 saints all cried out and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies bent even more, and if they didn't kneel down, their bodies and Tao would disappear. Finally, the 7th ancient king took action. He was extremely powerful. He turned into a streak of boundless white light, and it was as if a silver river was descending. He merged with the Tao. Immortal for 1,000 eras, unbreakable by 10,000 tribulations, boundless Tao techniques, splitting open the heavens and earth. This ancient king was extremely powerful. It was as if he had obtained eternal life within the boundless light. He hacked down with a giant divine axe, wanting to split open the blood furnace in the sky. It was as if he was splitting open the heavens, and chaotic energy rushed out. It had to be said that this person was extremely powerful. The earth, fire, wind, and water rotated, and the aura of a new world rushed over. He hacked apart everything in his way, and chaotic light surged. This wasn't an illusion, but the true power of the absolute beginning. There was an aura of the birth of all living things pervading the air, as if they had returned to the beginning of the Tao. Facing all of this, the white-robed divine king formed a seal with both hands. Scarlet multicolored light surged, and the resplendent eternal universe furnace rose continuously, directly blocking this axe. 9 divine phoenixes rushed out from the furnace, and a sun appeared on the spot. This was a type of emperor might, and it didn't seem to be produced at all. It was as if a true extreme Tao emperor weapon had arrived. An intense collision ensued. That sun and divine axe collided, and immortal light erupted. The entire world seemed to collapse. At this moment, everyone lost their hearing and couldn't hear anything. That huge collision sound made many people's ears bleed. Fortunately, they were far enough away, or else everyone would have died and turned into dust. Not even a trace of blood would be left behind. This was a terrifying impact. The sun imprinted on the eternal universe furnace collapsed, and the heaven-splitting axe also crumbled, turning into flowing light. The fluctuations created by the collision were too terrifying. It was as if the 9 heavens had been pierced through. This was a great destruction. A few elders in the jade pool cried out in alarm. A few of the formation patterns outside the Pure Land were almost torn apart. The offensive power of this battle was too incomparable. There were countless formation patterns here. It was a battlefield specially created for saints. There were many ancient stones buried underground, some of which were carved by the Western Emperor. When the Jade Lake moved, not all of these things could be moved here, but the most important ones were brought here. This was a battle between saints, one that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The battlefield that was specially prepared for them had almost been penetrated, and a small mistake had occurred. The 7th saint shouted loudly. His hair danced in the wind and his eyes were wide open in anger. However, he could not block the attack of the 9 divine phoenixes and was suppressed beneath him. In the sky, the blood-red divine furnace rose high and then fiercely smashed down. This time, it suppressed the 7 ancient kings together. Everyone was stunned. What kind of battle strength was this? One person suppressed 7 saints and occupied the upper hand. This was an exceptional and stunning performance. 4 of the 7 ancient kings had not gone far after entering this realm, but the other 3 were all extremely powerful. The last one was especially terrifying, yet he was still not a match. Rise! The 7 roared loudly. Their voices resounded through the clouds and shook this part of the sky. Their voices traveled tens of thousands of li, and even the laws of heaven and earth trembled. The addition of the 7th saint made them even more terrifying. They actually wanted to lift the blood-colored sacred furnace and shatter it in the void. At this moment, a bloody pillar rushed out from the top of each saint's head. It was as if they were going to pierce through heaven and earth. They were truly going to stake it all and use all of their strength. Ah! The majestic and magnificent roars shook the years and collapsed space. The rumbling sounds were like the galloping of a magnificent army. Deafening wasn't enough to describe it. The angry roars of the 7 saints tore through the long river of time. The blood-colored sacred furnace rose and was about to be lifted. The 7 saints erupted with incomparable power. Their hair stood on end in anger and their blood chi was like the sea, surging out from the top of their heads. Everyone cried out in alarm. Facing all of this, they were truly afraid. If Divine King Jiang was defeated, who else could stop him? At this moment, the white-robed saint became the only human saint that they could rely on. He was their spiritual pillar. Everyone was terrified and couldn't help but tremble. The human race couldn't afford to lose. They didn't have that many ancient kings and too few saints. Once they died, the consequences would be unimaginable. Heaven bless the Divine King. Many people secretly prayed. His white robes fluttered in the wind. Divine King Jiang let out a long roar that shook the surroundings. He descended from the sky and his entire body shone brilliantly as he stepped on the eternal universe furnace. This was an eternal scene. No matter how many years passed, people wouldn't forget it. The peerless Divine King's peerless style was undoubtedly displayed. His robes were whiter than snow. Divine King Jiang Taishu stepped on the eternal universe furnace and descended, suppressing the 7 sages. He continued to descend, unmatched. Ah! The 7 saints roared and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Cracks appeared on each of their bones. They were in despair. This human saint could be called a king among saints. The 7 of them couldn't move him even with their combined strength. They were suppressed by someone stepping on the eternal universe furnace. They felt powerless and lost the courage to fight. Are all the post-desolate antiquity era saints so terrifying? The strongest ancient king had the most tenacious willpower, but he was also in despair. Their bodies were ringing. All kinds of laws were reversing and about to destroy their bodies. Moreover, at this moment, their physical bodies couldn't hold on any longer. They were about to kneel down and fall at the feet of the white-robed Divine King in an extremely humiliating posture. The Divine King is invincible. Everyone roared with excited expressions. The terrifying scene of defeat didn't appear. The white-robed Divine King's peerless style actually suppressed the 7 saints with his own strength. Peerless Divine King. Although he should be called the white-robed saint, people were more used to calling him the peerless Divine King because this could better show how extraordinary he was. His white clothes fluttered. The Divine King Jiang Taishu stood on the scarlet blood divine furnace, illuminating the heavens. It was as if he had reached the summit alone, looking down on all the other mountains. The 7 saints were all kneeling below the divine furnace. This was a spirit of heaven as a cliff and he as the peak. He looked down on the boundless earth, and even the saints had fallen and had to kneel at his feet. This eternal scene, no matter how many years had passed, was imprinted in people's hearts and couldn't be erased. The 7 saints were on the verge of death. They couldn't endure this kind of pressure and roared at the sky. However, at this moment, the white-robed Divine King smiled brilliantly and withdrew his supreme might. He dissolved the eternal universe furnace and restrained all of his aura. His white clothes were whiter than snow. He stood alone in the void and didn't kill the 7 saints. He didn't make them kneel down in humiliation either. The world became quiet and everyone was dumbfounded. Even the 7 saints didn't know what was going on. They stood there in a daze, not knowing what to say or do. No one would have thought that the white-robed divine king would stop at the crucial moment and not transform the divine furnace. Everyone knew that he definitely could have killed the 7 saints just now. Moreover, he could have made them die on their knees in humiliation. Their illustrious reputation would have gone down the drain and become his own supreme might and prestige. However, he didn't do that. His expression was calm as he stood alone in the sunset. His style was outstanding. The faces of the various archaic tribes turned pale. 7 saints had been defeated by a single person just like that. It was shocking and many people's legs went soft. Why didn't you take action? An ancient king asked in a low voice. When will we be able to kill if we continue like this? This is a distinguished meeting of the myriad races, not a massacre, the divine king replied. The 7 ancient kings became silent. They found it hard to calm down. There was bitterness and disappointment. They were defeated just like that. He displayed his strength but didn't use it to be domineering. He is a true king. His future path is destined to be much further than ours. An ancient king sighed softly. Many human cultivators didn't understand. Why didn't they kill the saints? That way, they would have one less terrifying enemy. Very few people understood the heart of a divine king. We have lost. Thank you for not killing us. At this moment, the 7 saints actually bowed together, shocking everyone. Regardless of whether it was the ancient races or the humans, they were all stupefied. Such powerful ancient kings had unyielding pride. They didn't respect the heavens, didn't bow to the earth, and even more so wouldn't bow to those at the same level. In this world, unless the ancient emperors were reborn, they wouldn't bow to anyone. However, at this moment, they lowered their heads to the divine king. What was a true king? To make even their great enemies have to pay respect, to feel reverence and incomparable admiration. The white-robed divine king gave the best explanation. To make the ancient kings bow, to make the archaic saints bow, this was an unimaginable glory. Who in this world could do this? In this battle, the white-robed divine king didn't kill a single enemy. His clothes weren't stained with blood, but his name was destined to shake the world and alarm all races. Everyone had to revere him. We have underestimated the human race. You are a true king. The 7 saints bowed to the divine king again and turned to leave. Everyone was dumbfounded. Since the ancient times, how many people could enjoy such respectful etiquette? Everyone pondered for a moment and understood. The divine king was right not to kill them. He could kill these 7 whenever he wanted to, but if he did, the various races of the supreme ancient immortal realms would go crazy for revenge. The human race wouldn't be able to defend against this. Using not killing to intimidate others was far more intimidating than displaying martial prowess and tyranny. The few of you have already arrived at the Jade Lake. Why don't you all go in and have a good chat? The divine king urged. The figures of the 7 ancient kings froze. After a moment of hesitation, they turned back and entered the Pure Land together with the white-robed divine king. Don't look down on us acting together. If we can't even pass this trial, the human race would truly have no more hope. Not only do we not believe that Wuxia is still alive, there are also some even more powerful people. They should all come tomorrow. The 7 ancient kings weren't ashamed of joining hands to deal with the enemy. They very frankly spoke the truth. The 7 of them regained their coldness. They weren't as impetuous as the dragon-head ancient king. They only sat opposite the white-robed divine king and ignored the others. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Because at the instant the sun rose, an unknown fate would be waiting for everyone. Could the divine king fight against the world alone? Many people felt their hearts heavy when they thought of this question. They found it hard to sleep. They felt that this night was extremely long and hoped that it would last forever. Chapter 8:20. This night was very long, as if it would never end. No one knew what would happen the next day. Many people couldn't sleep at all. Their faces were haggard and worried. It was difficult to endure. Finally, dawn broke. A ray of light rose from the east, piercing through the mist and shining into the jade pool. The bright red sun overflowed with splendor. The Pure Land was shrouded in mist, and the morning dew, tender leaves, lake ripples, and bright petals were all flickering with luster. Fresh air blew into their faces. The mist in the mountains was multicolored under the sunlight. It was enshrouded in mist, and it was extremely beautiful and peaceful. However, on such a lively morning, everyone's heart was heavy. What should have come was finally coming. The gathering of all races was about to begin, and powerful ancient kings were about to descend. On a cliff, the white-robed divine king sat cross-legged. He breathed in and out while facing the morning glow. He was otherworldly and untainted by dust. Yi Fan was beside him, narrating the events of the past 10 years in detail. Tonight, Yi Fan was able to sit together with divine King Jiang, which made many cultivators envious. This was something that people yearned for but could not achieve. He was like a god. On another cliff, the 7 ancient kings were also sitting cross-legged. Their expressions were indifferent, and there were no fluctuations in their emotions. Only when the morning glow rose did they open their eyes at the same time. "It's about to come," said an ancient king. When these words were spoken, everyone was pulled back to reality. They were about to face a tremendous storm. The powerful ancestral king appeared, and they didn't believe that great emperor without beginning was still alive. There was definitely going to be a shocking clash. Everyone's hearts were clouded. They stood motionlessly on the ground, waiting for that moment to arrive. It was heavy and oppressive, and they almost stopped breathing. Finally, the divine bell rang. An extremely powerful saint had arrived and entered the Pure Land. He needed the masters of each sect to welcome him. What should have come had finally come. No matter what, they couldn't avoid it. Whether it was a great world of symbiosis or a chaotic world of darkness, it would all be revealed today. At this moment, no one could remain calm. This was a negotiation that could be recorded in the annals of history. It concerned the future of all races, and its effects were far-reaching. Peace negotiation? That's the only word a weak race can use. What do you have to negotiate with me? A clear and cold voice came from outside the Pure Land. It didn't leave them any face. Under the morning radiance, 3 tall figures walked over, their steps like that of dragons and tigers. They all wore battle clothes that were icy cold, flickering with metallic luster. Their armors were all forged from divine gold, all of them holy grade. Behind him, a few more people appeared, radiance shining in all directions. "Very well, all my old friends are here. Let's go to the Jade Lake together and see who can sit down and talk with us." Everyone was horrified. There were a total of 11 saints that came personally, and all of them had overflowing magical power. They were like living deities that came from the ancient earth. Let's enter the Jade Lake and see what's so special about the inheritance left by the West Emperor. They did not come with good intentions. Although the 11 ancient kings did not show any signs of surprise, when they came together, they covered the sky and covered the earth. People could not even stand straight, and almost all of them knelt on the ground. Everyone was horrified. It wasn't just 1 or 2, but more than 10 of them. Even if a divine king was unmatched, how could he contend against so many people? Everyone was in despair. This was not a confrontation of equals at all. If a great battle really broke out, these people would definitely have an overwhelming advantage. Moreover, this was not all. There were definitely more people behind them. Above the heavens, a thick and heavy green pillar of energy descended. The Immortal Tier's green-gold pagoda towered in a small world, faintly discernible and surging with primal chaos. The aura of an ancient great emperor? Is that the legendary West Emperor Pagoda? I can't see it clearly. I really want to hold it in my palm and take a closer look. One of the ancient kings laughed coldly after looking up. Everyone was greatly shaken. Was this a provocation? Perhaps in the near future, something like this would really happen. They would attack the human race's important land and seize the emperor weapon. An ancient king reminded. If they said a few words less and this pagoda descended, they would all turn into ashes. Meanwhile, another saint said that the Jade Lake could do as they pleased. At the very least, there were 2 ancient emperor weapons aimed at this place. If they really took action, it would be hard to say who would turn into ashes. After these 11 people came in, They didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure facing the West Emperor Pagoda. They acted as if there was no one else around and gave pointers to the Jade Lake Pure Land. The humans here all trembled in fear. They had come prepared. 2 ancient emperor weapons were pointed at the Jade Lake. It was earth-shattering. If they really fought, the West Emperor Pagoda might even be destroyed. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario, but it wasn't impossible. The weapons of ancient great emperors clashed. No one could bear that kind of price. The pressure in everyone's hearts was as great as a mountain, almost suffocating them. On the heaven-connecting platform, there was a broken mountain over 1,000 zhang tall. Not a single blade of grass grew on it. It was as if a great mountain had been cut in half. The broken part was a vast and boundless sky platform. It was said that this was originally the highest mountain in the North region. It was personally cut into a platform by the West Emperor. Even though it was broken, it was still incomparably majestic. It had the aura of a king among mountains. It could be used as a martial arena or a public square to discuss official matters. No matter how many people came, it could accommodate them all because of the West Emperor patterns. Back then, when the Jade Lake moved, it took a great deal of effort to move this mountain into the Pure Land. At the center of the heaven-connecting platform, the white-robed divine king sat cross-legged. Behind him were many sect masters of the human race, and opposite him were 7 ancient kings and many ancient race experts. At the edge of the broken mountain, a black-faced Daoist stood with his hands behind his back. He was preparing to welcome the 11 ancient kings. He was the black tortoise of the barbarian race. I was wondering how strong the human race was and how they had to have some confidence in convening the meeting of the 10,000 races. But what did I see? Just you, 1 man and 1 tortoise, dare to sit on the high platform? Cold smiles and emotionless expressions. The 11 ancient kings arrived on the heaven-connecting platform. They looked around coldly and a hint of killing intent appeared at the corner of their mouths. Not long ago, this humble Daoist used the Overlord's divine fist to kill an ancestral king who didn't open his eyes. The Daoist, transformed from the black tortoise, said with a serious expression. The temperature dropped rapidly and cold killing intent filled the air. The 11 ancient kings looked over and stared at the black tortoise. Their expressions were incomparably cold and their gazes were like knives. The atmosphere was extremely tense at the start. A great battle could erupt at any moment. Many beings were trembling in fear. Should the 2 of us go over as well? Beside the heavenly prince, the 2 ancient kings glanced at each other and asked for each other's opinion. However, they didn't take action in the end. It's just a tortoise. The human race really can't make it. An ancient king said. He was clearly provoking them and had come specifically to kill. But killing you is a little overkill. The black tortoise raised its head and said, You have come from afar, why don't you sit down and have a chat? The white-robed divine king said. The black tortoise turned around and left its butt to them. It walked back and sat on the ground. Talk? What is there to talk about? Can you humans sit on equal footing with us? An ancient king walked over with large strides. He was very unyielding. He only had one goal, and that was to fight and kill all the saints of the human race. What do you think is considered to be on equal footing? And why have you come? The white-robed divine king didn't get angry and asked calmly. You will never have the qualifications to sit on equal footing with us. Just you, 1 man and 1 tortoise, are far from enough. Another ancient king stepped forward. If the great emperor comes, do you all have the qualifications? I'm afraid you should just scram as far away as you can. The black tortoise was furious. Let's not talk about strength. Just in terms of numbers, the great human race only produced a single saint. In the end, you still have to drag a tortoise with you. What future prospects do you have? How can you be on equal footing with us? The ancient king at the front clearly wanted to fight. The corners of his lips revealed a cold smile. The weak race has no right to speak. There's nothing to say. Another ancient king was even more direct. 3 of the 11 ancient kings were so overbearing, pouring salt on the human race's wounds. They had no intention of sitting down and talking at all. At this time, the atmosphere on the heaven-connecting platform was tense to the extreme. A great battle was about to break out at any moment. There was no hope for peace talks. This didn't involve reasoning, but rather a question of whether they had the qualifications or not. Among the 11 saints, one of them who hadn't spoken all this time spoke up at this time. Things have already developed to this point. We can only fight. We only came a step earlier. There are still powerful ancient kings behind us. If they are killed by us, what is there to talk about? At this point, it was already unavoidable. If they wanted to negotiate, they had to first fight out the qualifications. All right then, let's fight here. The white-robed divine king was very straightforward and didn't say anything else. I've been impatient for a long time. The 3 ancient kings clad in divine iron robes came to the front. It was them who had been overbearing just now. Behind them, the ancient kings hesitated for a moment. In the end, they didn't go forward and chose to watch the battle. This battle will be a battle of life and death. If you die, there's nothing to talk about. Everything will end here. One of them said unyieldingly. They were all wearing saint robes that were close to the level of sacred weapons. To be able to refine them to this level was quite terrifying. There were many saints since ancient times, but the sacred weapons left behind were too rare. Is this the battle platform carved by the Western Emperor? Not bad. How many years has it been since I've tasted the blood of a human saint? The 3 ancient kings transformed into demons. The bone spikes on their backs shot into the sky, looking incomparably sinister. The white-robed divine king went forward and started a great battle in a flash. He rushed together with the 3, the boundless divine law cutting through the air. It had to be said that these 3 were all extremely powerful. They had walked very far on the path of saints and were far superior to ordinary ancient kings. Even though the white-robed divine king was extremely talented, he didn't have the upper hand in a one-on-one battle. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of exchanges had passed, and God knew how many times the divine laws had attacked. In the primordial era, the human race was the subsidiary race of a few powerful races. Only with their protection could we survive. After so many years, nothing has changed. We're destined to kneel at the feet of the powerful races. An ancient king sneered. He intentionally disturbed the divine king's state of mind and caused fluctuations in his divine laws so that he could find an opportunity to attack. All right, a battle of life and death, the divine king said. He was still incomparably calm, but his attacks were even more terrifying. Kill! The divine laws of the 3 saints suddenly merged into one and turned into a golden god. It shone with boundless radiance and pressed down on the heaven-connecting platform, suppressing forward. Boom! Divine King Jiang Taishu waved his fist, creating a monstrous wave. His right fist turned into the eternal universe furnace, passing through the body of a god and smashing an ancient king. Boom! Next he waved his fists again. Both fists turned into the eternal universe furnace, and each punch blew up the remaining 2. Blood rained down from the sky and turned into boundless bloody light. The ancestral king's blood dyed the high platform red. Not killing divine kings didn't mean that no one else was killed. Chapter 8:21. The cold wind, the scarlet blood, the shattered bones, and the bright red Tao platform. The divine king stood alone in the center of the field, his white clothes pure and untainted by a single drop of blood. It was a shocking sight. Absolute silence. It was a ghastly sight. The 3 ancient kings had been crushed to pieces, their bodies dead and Tao extinguished. Many people's bodies spasmed and their souls trembled, wanting to leave their bodies. The divine king didn't kill anyone, but it didn't mean he didn't kill anyone. The previous 7 ancient kings were cold and had the right to be so, but they didn't deliberately say anything. However, these 3 had humiliated the human race to the extreme and were all killed by the divine king in white. Even if such people were spared, they wouldn't feel any gratitude and might even become worse. Can everyone sit down and have a chat? The divine king stood on the bloody platform and spoke to the 8 ancient kings in front of him. It was impossible to say that they weren't shocked. The 3 just now could be considered experts among the ancient kings, but they had all been killed. The other 8 were all silent. Ha ha! Unbridled laughter rang out, causing the sky to tremble and the sound to travel tens of thousands of miles. At the end of the horizon, two ancient kings suddenly appeared. Their magic power was overflowing, and their essence, energy, and spirit were surging like a divine sea, drowning out the entire world. These two saints were very powerful. They were like eagles and wolves, as if two gods had descended into the human world and looked down on the world. One of them was laughing loudly, like the rumbling of the divine drum of the celestial court, causing the surroundings to collapse and the earth to cave in. It was obvious that these two demon-like figures had come with ill intentions. Everyone gasped. Just how many ancient kings were there? How were they going to continue fighting? 3 had died and now 2 more had come. The meeting of the myriad races originally wanted to negotiate, but some of the ancient kings didn't believe that Wuxia was still alive and wanted to take action. This was just the beginning. Would more people come? I didn't come too late, did I? A cold voice came from outside the Pure Land. Another ancient king had arrived and entered the jade pool. He had divine wings on his back and dragon horns on his head. His appearance was similar to a human's. On the sky connecting platform, there was only silence. No one spoke, which made people despair. Up until now, only the ancient kings had appeared, and the human race didn't even have a second saint. What to do? How were they going to continue fighting? Even if the white-robed god king was the reincarnation of a battle god, he would not be able to defeat so many ancient kings. Who knew how many more would come? Time flowed on. Everyone silently counted. Their bodies were all cold as the number of ancient kings continued to increase. Early this morning, there were already 17 ancient kings standing side by side on the heaven-connecting platform. The auras they released made the skies rumble. It was just too shocking. Furthermore, there was only the white-robed divine king. How was he supposed to fight against so many ancient kings? Everyone felt bitter in their hearts. The difference was too great. A gust of wind blew past. Everyone wrapped themselves tightly in their clothes as they felt exceptionally cold. It was as if late autumn had arrived, and the bleakness of the night swept through everyone's hearts. These were existences similar to ancient sages, and there were 17 of them. Just the thought of it made one lose the will to fight. The white-robed god king was also human. This was a situation of certain death. Who could help him? Everyone felt a sense of helplessness. No matter how they struggled, they could not see a trace of hope. There were too many ancient kings, causing everyone to feel despair. Moreover, this didn't include the 7 ancient kings that had already arrived yesterday. Even though they had a trace of respect for the divine kings, they still sat on the other side. However, it still made people shiver in fear. This was a situation that made people's hearts turn cold. No one said anything, and they couldn't even release a sigh. They didn't even have the strength to raise their heads. It really is a bit disappointing. Is the human race inferior to the archaic era? I remember there were still a few saints back then. Is there only one in the entire world now? Following these cold words, an ancient king descended from the sky. He was like an evil god that broke through the underworld's cage. He carried with him heaven overflowing demonic energy, and his bat wings were pitch black like ink. The great underworld ancestral king also came. Even many ancient kings were shocked. They took a few steps back. It was clear that his identity was not ordinary. Chung. A light cry sounded in the sky. A streak of blood lightning descended from the sky, drawing out an expanse of dazzling bloody radiance. It stabbed into the heaven-connecting platform and rang with zheng-zheng sounds. This was a dragon spear that was scarlet like blood. A horned dragon coiled around it, and it spat out a bright red spear point. It was extremely intimidating. A queen descended. Her skin was wheat-colored, and her body was fit and beautiful. She was extremely tall, but she was also surging with killing intent. She had a head of red hair, and even her eyes were blood-colored. She held the dragon spear. The blood-lightning ancient king also came. Meanwhile, the various clans here were all horrified. They felt great reverence, and all of them backed up. This was an expert whose name had spread throughout the world. Few people dared to provoke him. How boring! A cold snort sounded from the void. A male wearing bronze armor walked over step by step. The great Tao resonated around him. Everyone was shocked. The bronze armor he wore was a true holy artifact, and it was enough to prove his terrifying identity. Since the ancient times, before the saints passed away, they all had their own weapons. However, those that could truly leave behind holy artifacts were too rare. This was also a type of proof and symbol of strength. The green vine ancestor has arrived. A few ancient creatures couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This was an individual that could make all sides tremble with just a stamp of his foot during the archaic years. The hearts of the human experts here were like dead ashes. They felt that there wasn't the slightest bit of hope. From the reactions of the various clans, one could see just how terrifying the three ancient kings that came later were. Suddenly, the horizon became resplendent. An ancient king was born along with the multicolored light of dawn. He was dazzling, and it was as if he had walked out from the rising sun. He was surrounded by a divine ring, and he was incomparably divine. We want to see how Wuxia will display a miracle. He stepped onto the sky connecting platform. Blazing splendor burned around him like a sun god. He didn't come with good intentions, and it was clear that he didn't come to participate in the distinguished meeting. As soon as he appeared, the other ancient kings were all shaken. They couldn't help but take a step back. It was clear that he had an extremely high status. That's the vast sun ancestral king. The knowledgeable individuals from the ancient clans all cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. This was a vicious individual that lived up to his name. During the archaic years, his battle accomplishments were extremely glorious. On the sky-connecting platform, terrifying divine bodies emitted an aura that could collapse the heavens. There were a total of 21 figures that made everyone's hearts tremble. Among them, the four most powerful ancient kings stood side by side at the very front. They were respectively the Great Underworld Ancestral King, the Lightning Blood Ancestral King, the Green Vine Ancestral King, and the Vast Sun Ancestral King. These four were the last to arrive, and even the other ancient kings felt a bit of reverence towards them. They were all experts whose names shook the world during the archaic years. Every single one of them had killed until rivers of blood flowed and corpses piled up into mountains. All races feared them. When this group of ancient kings gathered together, forget about fighting, just the aura they released was enough to collapse the great earth and cause rivers of blood to flow. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was only a single divine king in clothes purer than snow. He was facing so many people alone. This was an unequal confrontation, and the disparity was too great. What should they do? This was a path of no return. Unless a divine king corroborated the Tao, there was no way he could contend against them. If a battle truly broke out today, his undefeatable legend would definitely be shattered. Moreover, he was going to use up every last drop of divine blood. Those who should have come had more or less arrived. This kind of contrast made the hearts of the humans turn cold. Their faces were ashen, and they gave up on their last bit of hope. The black tortoise didn't move because the 7 ancient kings beside it also didn't move. They sat there cross-legged and had already made it clear that they wouldn't make a move. If the divine king could pass the stage, they would turn around and leave. Yi Fan felt bitter in his heart. The divine silkworm princess had told him that some ancient kings would come to demand an explanation. He didn't expect it to be such a group. The divine king's bravery spoke for itself, but even if he was a war god, he couldn't stop so many saints. Moreover, the 4 ancient kings at the very front were so different. Secret of all, will you be able to display your splendor today? He muttered to himself. Before dawn broke, he told this secret to the divine king. Among the 9 secrets, this secret was the simplest. There was no need to comprehend it. It was just a mysterious key that could be used as long as one remembered it. The Green Vine ancient king was wearing a bronze battle robe. His expression was calm as he said, "You haven't gone far on the path of saints, but you have battle prowess that can catch up to us. Those who have become saints in this era are indeed not simple." As soon as these words were said, the experts of all races were shocked. This was the first time they knew the strength of the white-robed divine king. He was about to catch up to the 4 ancient kings whose names shook the ancient times. However, when the human cultivators heard these words, their bodies turned cold. Although the divine king was brave, he couldn't compare to the other party. Moreover, there were 4 of them. A cool breeze blew over. The divine king's white robe fluttered as he stood quietly at the center of the Dao platform. He faced more than 20 ancient ancestral kings alone, his expression unchanged from beginning to end. "You are a hero, but it's unrealistic to fight against 10,000 races alone," said the vast sun ancient king, whose entire body was submerged in divine light like a sun god. "So many ancient kings, it's really admirable." The white-robed divine king sighed and said, "If I don't act, you will. There's no choice." "You know it's impossible, but you still want to die?" Among the 4 ancient kings, the only queen spoke. Her name was Blood Lightning, her figure was fit and beautiful. She held a dragon spear in her hand and her killing intent was the heaviest. The white-robed divine king didn't say anything. "If you want to sit down and talk, you need to have the qualifications. How can you compete with us alone?" An ancestral king coldly spoke from the back. "This world is very cruel. If you want to have the right to speak, you must display an equivalent strength." The ancient underworld king coldly spoke. The bat wings on his back flapped, and a torrential demonic chi surged, terrifying to the extreme. "Is there no other choice? Then let's fight." The voice of the white-robed divine king was very soft, but it was earth-shattering, causing everyone's ears to ring. How could he fight against so many ancestral kings alone? Everyone was stunned. This was a situation of certain death. There was no hope of survival at all, yet he chose to do so. He was practically going to die. "You overestimate yourself. Do you think you are the quasi-emperor? How dare you say such words? Everyone, it's better if you kill him as soon as possible." The blood of the human race's saint. What a nostalgic taste. How many years has it been since the archaic era passed away? You want to defeat the myriad races by yourself? This is simply courting death. Let's fulfill your wish, you laughable human. After this battle, the various races will rule the world and sweep away all ants. Just like in the archaic era, only the true kings will be able to rule this land. Behind him, a few ancient kings said in a cold and bone-chilling tone. Meanwhile, the 4 ancient kings whose names shook the archaic era didn't say a single word. They all felt an unusual atmosphere. The white-robed divine king sat cross-legged in the air. An ancient zither appeared before him. He gently plucked the strings, emitting a wonderful sound that resounded through the world. Divine Overture. In the back, Yifan's eyes were red. His entire body was trembling. Back then, when the divine king helped him reconnect the broken path of his divine physique, he ultimately emitted this kind of sound. This time, no matter what, he wouldn't let something like this happen a second time. The divine overture was only the beginning. If it evolved into a true divine melody, he would obtain a power close to that of a deity. Ding dong! Suddenly, the melody connected together. The heavenly Tao resonated, moving in a leisurely manner. The sound traveled tens of thousands of li into the mountains and rivers. Divine melody, this is a true divine melody. Yifan's voice trembled. Flower petals fluttered in the air. They were sparkling and fell between heaven and earth. A sweet fragrance assailed the nostrils, making the white-robed divine king seem even more otherworldly and untainted by the aura of the mortal world. "Kill him." In the back, an ancient king shouted and rushed forward. Poof! A figure exploded, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. The sparkling flower petals were dyed red. It was an exceptionally beautiful scene. What is going on? This power? Another ancient king roared. He rushed forward, but he couldn't even move. With a pu sound, he also turned into a rain of blood. Flower petals danced in the sky. The divine overture shook the 9 heavens. The flower petals were dyed red, stunning the world. Chapter 8:22. Within the Jade Lake, there were clear lakes, towering peaks that pierced into the clouds, vast waterfalls, quiet bamboo forests, and varied sceneries. At this moment, the sky was filled with a rain of flowers. Zither music rang out, ringing through this pure land. It was auspicious and tranquil. However, all the cultivators were drenched in cold sweat, drenching their clothes. Everyone felt a chill from head to toe, because the heaven-reaching platform contained a world-shaking killing intent. Petals fell in profusion and a sweet fragrance filled the air. They danced about in the air, sparkling and translucent as they lingered around the white-clothed divine king. He gently plucked the zither strings, playing the supreme truths of the world, containing the aura of the universe at its beginning. Pop! Another ancient king that rushed over was smashed to pieces. Fresh blood bloomed, dyeing the beautiful rain of flowers red. The fragrance of life bloomed, scattering along with the cool breeze. Piece after piece, the sky was filled with sparkling and fragrant flowers that flickered with the radiance of life. The pure white petals that were stained with blood continuously drifted down. Pop! Another light sound rang out. Over 100 flowers of blood bloomed. The fourth ancient king that rushed over exploded. Scarlet blood dyed the sky red. His corpse was torn apart and fell onto the heaven-reaching platform. This was a magnificent scene, but it also had a blood-soaked elegance. Amidst the peace and tranquility, a terrifying sharpness blossomed. The white-clothed divine king played a divine song, causing everyone to be shocked and terrified. In the blink of an eye, 4 ancient kings were torn to pieces, turning into fleeting clouds. With such destructive power, how could people not be shocked? He sat alone at the front, as if he could block a magnificent army. With a single person sitting there, the group of kings couldn't get through, intimidating more than 20 ancient kings. The white-clothed divine king didn't move, allowing the rain of flowers to swirl about. His gaze was deep as he stared at the ancient kings before him. The world was extremely quiet, only the sound of falling flowers could be heard. A divine song was born. Not only were the humans shocked, even the various ancient tribes were stunned. Then they felt incomparable fear. This song wasn't completely related to one's cultivation. It was the embodiment of one's state of mind. It contained one's understanding towards the Tao, as well as one's comprehension towards the world of mortals. Although the sublimation of one's spiritual realm couldn't represent one's full combat strength, it was the embodiment of a cultivator's strongest potential. Sublimation to the extreme might one day illuminate the world. The white-robed God King's fate was full of misfortune. He had spent half his life alone and his entire life miserable. He had far too many regrets after losing his beauty. Perhaps it was exactly because of this that he comprehended the divine melody that almost no one had ever been able to set foot in. After a long silence, Cheng Qing, one of the 4 ancestors, sighed and said, "Very good." The divine melody appeared once in the immemorial era and shocked both the past and present. At that time, I had never heard of it, but today I have the fortune to see it. Although it is only the beginning, it is enough to shock the heavens and make the gods weep. When the music sounded, 4 ancestral kings were instantly killed. Who wouldn't be shocked? This was a world-shocking murderous song, yet it was so peaceful. Everyone didn't know if they should enjoy it, or if they should tremble in fear. He is extremely powerful, but in the end, he is only one person. Green Vine Ancient King, please take action and kill this person. An ancient king spoke from the back. The others also felt a sense of pressure. They asked the 4 ancient kings to attack together and kill the human saint. I'm looking forward to it. All of you step it. The Green Vine Ancient King stepped forward. The bronze armor on his body flickered with a cold luster. This was a true saint weapon that had been passed down through the ages. He pressed forward step by step. His expression was indifferent and no fluctuations could be seen. Only a trace of fervor occasionally flashed through his eyes, as if he was staring at his prey. Green Vine Ancient King is eager to hunt and wants to break through to a higher realm. Could it be that he wants to use an incomplete divine melody to cross the tribulation and complete his body? The ancient underworld king said in a deep voice. He is playing with fire. The lightning blood ancient king was the only female. She held a scarlet and sparkling dragon spear in her hand and said coldly. Her killing intent was the strongest. Chang! A beam of light appeared in the Green Vine Ancient King's hand. It was 1 zhang long and quickly turned into a dragon spear. Its shape was similar to the Lightning Blood Queen's and it was similarly intimidating. The lightning-blood ancient king snorted coldly after seeing him imitate his weapon. He didn't say anything else and quietly watched from the back. A talent rarely seen in 1,000 generations. I hope you won't disappoint me. I haven't felt such joy in many years. Even if you can give me a bit of pressure, it's fine. The bronze ancient king walked forward. A sinister radiance appeared on his face. He was fervent and thirsty as if he was excited to hunt. Wang. The dragon spear was like a streak of blood-colored lightning as it pierced through the void. His movements were too fast. He was like a sphere of light as he advanced with the dragon spear in hand. Sonorous sounds rang out incessantly. Sparks flew in all directions and Dao marks appeared. All types of light flickered on the sky-connecting platform. Countless divine laws rushed out as the two clashed intensely. The divine king's hands moved. Countless strands shot out from the ancient zither and turned into streaks of Dao light. They collided with the dragon spear and released a heaven-shaking sound that traveled tens of thousands of li. What a powerful divine melody. The green vine ancient king sighed in admiration. He held the dragon spear with both hands and his body turned into a streak of green radiance. He forcefully pierced forward and aimed straight for the divine king's forehead. Everyone cried out in alarm. This spear was too tyrannical. It illuminated the heavens and no one could open their eyes. It was as if it could pierce down the sun from the heavens. Its divine might was matchless. It surpassed the restraints of space and unlocked the shackles of time. In that instant, it was breathtaking and illuminated the ages. Not even the white-robed divine king's zither light screen could defend against it. The dragon spear was unmatched as it pierced through everything in its path. A ghastly strand of blood appeared between the white-robed divine king's brows as it dripped down. Ah! The instant the dragon spear's radiance disappeared, everyone cried out in alarm. After seeing this scene, every single human cultivator felt their bodies go cold. Was the divine king killed? Meanwhile, the ancient races were shaken. The green vine ancient king whose name shook the archaic era was terrifying after all. The might of his spear was unparalleled under the heavens. He was worthy of being a king among saints, someone who looked down on the archaic era. A light sound rang out. The divine king's 2 fingers snapped the dragon spear in half. The spearhead was less than an inch away from the space between his brows. The divine laws rushed forward, but they couldn't get any closer. Boom! The white-robed divine king's left hand pressed down on the zither. Tens of thousands of beams of light shot out towards the green vine ancient king, forcing him to retreat with lightning speed as he evaded this attack. How powerful! He didn't disappoint me. He's worth making a move. The green vine ancient king spoke. The various ancient tribes were all shocked. The human cultivators were all on the verge of collapsing. They all let out a long breath. Just now, the white-robed divine king's life was in danger, causing everyone to be on tenterhooks. And now, there was only a single human saint here. Divine King Jiang had become their spiritual pillar, the only saint they could rely on. The battle between the ancient saints began. They fought in the void. This was an application of the Dao, a comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. A single strike could destroy mountains and rivers for tens of thousands of li. If it wasn't for the heaven-connecting platform being carved by the Western Emperor and having the runes of ancient great emperors carved on it, it would have long collapsed into dust. Only this type of martial arena could withstand their battle. Great Earth Teng King! In the blink of an eye, 500 exchanges had already passed. The green vine ancient king released a great roar. 49 dragon spears appeared in all directions. It was unknown how many times more terrifying it was than before. The sky was filled with spear shadows and divine radiance. It was as if the stars in the sky were trembling. This world was collapsing. Primal chaos pervaded the air and nothing existed anymore. Everything ahead returned to the beginning of heaven and earth. The green vine ancient king is terrifying after all, worthy of being a king among saints. There are few who are his match. In the back, there were ancient kings who all sighed in admiration. Such a world-shocking strike, other than Ancestor Vast Sun, Blood Lightning and Great Underworld Ancestor Kings, the others all admitted that they couldn't take it. If they faced it head-on, they would undoubtedly die. Ding! A zither sound tore through the primal chaos. The heaven-connecting platform reappeared. The white-robed divine king was still seated there, playing the zither. Divine laws erupted one after another. Apart from a trace of blood between his brows, he was completely unharmed. What? He's unharmed? Everyone was shocked. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. The green vine ancient king calmly spoke, but he became even more terrifying. A phoenix wing golden ranseur appeared in his hand. Although it wasn't a holy artifact, it was still intimidating enough. It was as if a divine phoenix was imprisoned in his hand. Kill! At this moment, an even more intense great battle began. 800 exchanges passed in the blink of an eye. The two were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine victory or defeat. It's time to end this battle. The green vine ancient king roared loudly. The phoenix wing golden ranseur hacked down with woo-woo sounds, opening up small worlds one after another and crushing downwards. This was the power of the world. Since the ancient times, there were many ancient kings, but those who could reach this realm were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. At this moment, the primal chaos surged, surging forward violently. Zheng, 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 the white-robed divine king stroked the zither. It was no longer auspicious, but instead ringing with zheng-zheng sounds. Every time the zither string was plucked, it would be like a sword cry resounding through the heavens. Streak after streak of terrifying radiance shot out, slashing out with immeasurable Dao laws. One could see that the divine sound turned into the light of the beginning, crisscrossing about. Its offensive power was heaven-defying. The green vine ancient king cried out loudly, flying outwards. The phoenix wing golden ranseur in his hand was hacked into 10 pieces, falling onto the ground like scrap metal. What? The green vine ancient king was defeated? How could this person be so powerful? Forget about the various ancient races, even those ancient kings were horrified. Green vine ancient king had shaken the entire ancient era. With a stamp of his foot, clouds would move in all directions, yet now, even his weapon was destroyed. Chung. Green vine ancient king leapt up. His expression was cold, but there wasn't a trace of injury on him. The bronze battle clothes on his body flickered with a cold luster, intimidating one's soul. I have the sacred clothes that have been passed down through generations. You will never be able to break through it. I want to see how you will fight again. Green vine ancient king shouted. His entire body shone, piercing through heaven and earth. Then he brandished his fist, brandishing out immeasurable divine laws as he slaughtered forward. Sacred weapons that had been passed down through generations were rare in this world. Even in the hands of mortals, they could display world-destroying power, let alone in the hands of a true saint king. With this bronze battle clothes, his defensive power could be said to be unrivaled. It was difficult for outsiders to break through, and he could disregard all attacks. In the back, Yi Fan's heart sank. He called Li Tian over, about to take out the goddess furnace and gift it to the divine king. However, he was stopped by the blind old man who had appeared at his side at an unknown time. If you take it out like this, it might not necessarily enter the divine king's hands. Your power has exceeded my expectations time and time again, but it is time for everything to end. Green Vine Ancient King's voice was like thunder. He activated his most powerful divine technique, turning into a streak of light as he rushed over. A fist blasted apart the barrier of light in front of him, directly striking the divine king's forehead. Everyone cried out in alarm. A great battle was about to end. Many human cultivators couldn't bear to watch. They were all filled with unwillingness, and even more so felt a type of powerlessness, anger, and helplessness. Clang. The final zither sound rang out. It was as if a heavenly sword pierced through the 9 heavens, and then it gently sliced through the air, ringing in everyone's hearts. Then, everything calmed down. Everyone saw that apart from a streak of blood between the white-clothed divine king's brows, he was still elegant and otherworldly, surrounded by the rain of flowers as he sat there. Meanwhile, Green Vine Ancient King fell backwards. How did you break through? He carried an expression of unwillingness and shock on his face. With a pu sound, it shattered and then turned into ashes, leaving behind an undamaged set of battle armor. Chapter 8:23. The Blood Lightning, Great Underworld, and vast young ancestral kings moved together, blocking the white-robed God King in an instant. The other ancient kings also moved forward at the first moment, surrounding the God King. There was no blood, no bones, only an ice-cold sacred robe. Teng Qing had died in battle and turned into dust. Apart from the battle robe, nothing was left behind. How could this be? What kind of attack was that? This was the question of many people. All the ancient kings were alarmed as they stared at the white-robed God King in the center. Sparkling petals fluttered about, falling unceasingly. He was like a deity that transcended the mortal world. Sigh of the deities. The great underworld ancient king said. The bat wings on his back flapped and demonic energy surged into the sky. He was tall and majestic like an underworld deity. During the archaic years, there was someone who performed the divine song and also released the sigh of the deities. It was even more terrifying than the heavenly sword and could kill in an instant. However, one had to pay a great price to do so. Ahead, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of the white-robed God King's mouth. Although it was very faint and he was still smiling indifferently, it caused all the human cultivators to feel worried. However, the ancient kings became even more careful. They all revealed solemn expressions as if they were facing a great enemy. Wrong, we were all wrong. This person didn't just step into the Saint Dao and didn't chase after us. He is a true Saint King with few opponents under the heavens. He can fight to the death with people like us. The Blood Lightning Queen spoke from behind. Her voice was deep and her killing intent rushed into the heavens. Everyone was startled. Then their bodies turned cold. The expressions of the ancient kings in particular changed. The white-robed God King wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and stood up. He walked through the sparkling rain of petals, causing the ancient kings to involuntarily retreat. This supreme style of facing off against all the ancient kings left them both shocked and worried. It was something they would never forget. Correct, he has already walked very far on this path. He is not much weaker than the three of us. The vast young ancestral king nodded. His body erupted with boundless divine light like the reincarnation of a sun god. Many human cultivators were dumbfounded and didn't know what was going on. Only Yi Fan and a few others knew because they had already vaguely guessed it. He could still clearly remember that scene from the past. Back in the northern region Divine City, the sovereign of the Eventide was dressed in a holy robe and wielded a peerless golden spear. He had used everything he had learned in his life, but he was slain by a godly monarch in his twilight years. One had to know that the sovereign of the Eventide was a king of the great perfection 4,000 years ago. After so many years, who knew what realm he had reached? No one could say for sure. Furthermore, the celestial monarch of the Eventide was truly on the brink of death. After escaping from MT Purple, his vitality was almost gone. His divine powers had long been depleted, so living a little longer was just an extravagant hope. What sort of power could penetrate the sovereign of the Eventide, who was armed with a sacred artifact? Most importantly, the sovereign of the Eventide said before his death, "Jiang Taishu, you, who were sealed in the Purple Mountain and your lifespan is nearly depleted. How did you break through to such a realm?" Looking back, everything became clear. Before leaving the Purple Mountain, the Divine King was most likely already a saint. It was just that he was overlooked by everyone and no one thought about it. After that, the Divine King reached his twilight years and carried Fairy Rosy Cloud's corpse to the vast wilderness. He was gone for more than 10 years, and according to the Black Emperor's conjecture, he could only be reborn in a land of death. It was like a wildfire burning a sick grass, waiting for spring to come and live another life. When that time came, the Divine King would begin a second life, and he would ascend at the end of the Tao, becoming even stronger. It's him. It's actually him. In the crowd, the two ancient kings beside the heavenly prince revealed looks of astonishment before their expressions turned ugly. The Divine King had been trapped in MT Purple for 4,000 years, fighting against all sorts of ancient life forms. He was forced into a strange stone wall and suffered all sorts of torment. Back then, we attacked him when we woke up, but we were obstructed by the strange stone wall. Our divine will could not fully enter, but we nearly obliterated him, said an ancient king. They were the descendants of the undying heavenly emperor. They were ordered by their ancestors to protect MT Purple and were sealed in the source of God. However, when they woke up again, that dying human had already become an Empyrean saint. The awakened ancient kings acted together and forced him to the brink of death, but they still failed to kill him. At that time, the person below Wu Shi's Dao platform acted. I feel that he was intentionally tempering the heart of that human, tempering his will that is as tough as steel. If not, we would have had a chance to kill him. An ancient king spoke. His tone was filled with trepidation when he spoke of that person. Is it that person surnamed Gu? He's the protector of old man Wu Shi's tomb. Judging from the time, he should have died many years ago. The heavenly prince laughed coldly. I truly didn't expect it to be him, surviving until now. After breaking free from the ancient royal mountain, his strength has already grown to such a level. Even his origin energy is different, like he is a completely different person. The two ancient kings had strange expressions on their faces. Yi Fan's ears trembled slightly. Ever since his primordial spirit reached the peak of the second level of immortal foundation, although he had yet to undergo his heavenly tribulation, a portion of his innate abilities had already manifested. His clairaudient ability was extremely rare, even rarer than the heavenly eye. Such an ability not only allowed him to hear voices from afar, he could even occasionally sense divine sense transmissions. At such a close distance, he was able to sense the thoughts of the three of them. How would you guys understand? The ancient king severed his origin energy, like an undying blade of grass under the harsh winter, regenerating when spring arrives. Since ancient times, very few people have been able to live a second life. Yi Fan mused. Let's go up and help them. The two ancient kings finally couldn't endure it any longer. They stepped into the battlefield, facing off against each other. Boom. At this moment, the ancient king actually took the initiative to attack. He was like an illusory phantom, transforming into a beam of white light that shot out. No one could block him. This is the godly King Heaven traversing steps. Everyone be careful. There was actually an ancient king who had such a deep understanding of humans. However, the white-robed ancient king was too fast. He broke through the restraints of the blood lightning, great darkness and vast Yang Saint kings and rushed out, sweeping through everything in his path. The battle saint art was unparalleled in the world, causing him to be incomparably tyrannical at this moment. He was no longer ethereal and ethereal. This was the first time the white-robed ancient king roared, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. His right hand transformed into a heaven-piercing sword, incomparably sharp as though it could slice apart the heavens. It was actually the ultimate emperor weapon of the central prefecture, the grand sovereign sword. Pooh! The supreme heavenly sword cleaved down, slicing apart the skull of an ancient king, all the way to his legs. His primordial spirit was destroyed and his body was cleaved into 2. Large amounts of blood splattered everywhere. The white-robed ancient king roared. His left hand transformed into a green-gold pagoda that had shocking defensive prowess. It seemed capable of suppressing the past, present, and future. This was none other than the Western Emperor Pagoda. Pooh! Another streak of bloody light erupted. His left hand turned into a pagoda and killed an ancient king, turning him into a pool of blood and shattered bones. His soul turned into ashes. It was too fast. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. Not a single person could stop it. The blood lightning, great darkness, and vast yang, the 3 great sage human kings, roared and evolved various great Daoists to trap the heaven-connecting platform. The 2 ancient kings that came from the heavenly prince's side turned pale with fright. The white-robed ancient king's true target was actually them. They had been targeted as soon as they entered the battlefield. Dang! A bell rang out. The heavenly Dao chimed and all living things moved. The world seemed to have turned upside down as the drawn-out bell sound spread through tens of thousands of li of rivers and mountains. The white-robed ancient king brought his hands together, forming a large bell. The sun, moon, mountains, and rivers were engraved on it. There were millions and millions of rivers and mountains, as well as flowers, birds, beasts, stars, and even deities kneeling on the ground. It was simple and imposing, displaying the secrets of the beginning of the world. Was this the Wuxia bell? Everyone was shocked. This bell wasn't complete. Clearly, the ancient king hadn't seen it clearly before. However, its power was enough. A bell sound rang out majestically. The white-robed ancient king's hands turned into a large bell and pressed down, suppressing everything in its way. Ah! The two ancient kings cried out and did their best to resist, but it was useless. Their bodies were instantly shattered into pieces and turned into a bloody mist within the bell waves. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. This was the strength of a peerless ancient king. Back then, he exhausted his divine blood to save Yi Fan and then severed his own origin to save little Tingting. In his twilight years, he carried Fairy Rosy Cloud's corpse into the great wasteland. He had been gone for more than 10 years and advanced to the extreme. The ancient king slaughtered in all directions, sweeping through everything in his path. The ancient races were all trembling in fear, and even the ancient kings on the battlefield felt their hair stand on end. This kind of invincible appearance shocked everyone. Enough! 3 pillars of blood shot out from the top of the blood lightning, great darkness, and vast young Saint King's heads, piercing through the heavens. Each of them blossomed with boundless light and sealed the heaven-connecting platform. Kill! The other ancient kings also took action. All kinds of divine laws were displayed, completely trapping the front and preventing the ancient king from rushing out. The white-robed ancient king stood alone in the center of the battlefield. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was the price of killing 4 ancient kings in an instant. In a battle between saints, there were times when a whole body of essence chi was accumulated and erupted, and life and death could be decided in a single move. Just now, he had done so, but he had also injured himself. In the distance, the human cultivators were all incomparably excited. The ancient king's bravery was the best news for them. Yi Fan was silent and pondered quietly. There was a trace of worry, but there were even more benefits. The battle saint technique transforming into all kinds of emperor weapons had greatly moved him. You have no chance. Great Darkness Ancestor King said coldly. Killing in all directions under the eyes of the 3 great sage kings and instantly killing 4 ancient kings was also a kind of embarrassment for them. It was not good to look at. I want to see how you can defy the heavens in this battle. Although the blood lightning monarch was female, her killing intent pervaded the surroundings. Vast Yang also went forward. The 3 experts laid down a formation to seal off the front, and the other ancient kings also imprinted their great divine abilities in the void, wanting to refine the white-robed ancient king alive. The white-robed ancient king withdrew his battle intent and calmed down. He sat cross-legged in front of the zither, and there was no killing intent at all. When he moved, he was like a god of death, and when he was quiet, he was like an orchid. Once again, he was enveloped by the rain of flowers. If you want to kill me, only 2 of you Saint Kings will die, or everyone behind the 3 of you will die. These calm words were earth-shattering. It stunned everyone present, and the world immediately became silent. It was so quiet that people could not even breathe. You won't be able to kill a single one of them. Vast Yang Ancestor King said coldly. At this moment, all the ancient kings moved together, turning into boundless divine laws and attacking forward. They wanted to refine the peerless ancient king, trapping him in a small world. In this tranquil pure land, flower petals drifted down, stained with blood. They were as bright as crystals, and like a rain of tears, it was a sad beauty. The ancient king plucked the zither with both hands, using his heart to play a true divine song. This was his understanding of the Tao, a sublimation after cultivating to the extreme. This was an absolutely beautiful scene. The ancient king sat cross-legged in the void, his snow-white clothes fluttering in the wind. He was surrounded by the sparkling rain of flowers, and he was otherworldly. He opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood, dyeing his pure white clothes red. It was a ghastly sight, but at this moment, A sound of slaughter that could shake the world and make ghosts and gods weep rang out. It slashed through the sky and rushed out of the cage of this small world. Clang. A light sound rang out, like a divine sword being unsheathed and slashing the heavens. The world became silent. In front, the space between Ancestor Vast Yang's eyebrows cracked, and blood flowed out. His face was filled with disbelief as his blood dyed the Dao platform red. Then he fell towards the sky. If you want to kill me, then use your lives to exchange for it. Blood seeped out from the corner of the white-robed ancient king's mouth. He began to play the zither again. He was ethereal like a god, peaceful and indifferent. The world was very peaceful. Only the falling flowers were drifting about, sparkling and translucent. A fragrance permeated the air. At this moment, the peerless ancient king seemed to have transcended the mortal world. Chapter 824. Ancestral King Hao Yang fell down. The scene was dead silent. Everyone was terrified. The space between his brows was pierced through by the sound of a zither. He fell into a pool of blood and no longer moved. Such a powerful Saint King had dominated the archaic era and had few opponents under the heavens. Yet he passed away just like that. For the various ancient tribes, this was undoubtedly shocking. A murderous sound pierced through their minds like a heavenly sword being unsheathed. The divine splendor of an instant pierced through their foreheads without any suspense, shocking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The blood lightning and great underworld Saint Kings both took a few steps back. Their expressions froze. This was a character on the same level as them, yet he died just like that. As for the other ancient kings, their bodies went cold. How sharp was this destructive power? Killing them wouldn't be difficult at all. This made them feel uncertain in their hearts. Did they really need to exchange their lives to kill their opponent? The divine king coughed out a mouthful of blood, dyeing his pure white clothes red. However, he was still very calm. He sat cross-legged in the air, surrounded by the rain of flowers as he faced the kings alone. He said he wanted to kill the Saint Kings, and he really did it. How could people not be afraid of such deterrence? An ancient zither flowed with clear splendor. The 7 zither strings undulated like 7 transparent little dragons leaping about, emitting the divine laws of heaven and earth. Amidst the sparkling rain of flowers, his heart was calm and empty. It was as if he had forgotten everything in the outside world and was immersed in a wondrous Dao realm. Even though the divine melody is missing, it is still so terrifying. It has the majestic power of a deity. The Blood Lightning Queen's voice was ice-cold. She clenched the dragon spear in her hand tightly and pointed it forward. Dao runes circulated and divine laws covered the area densely. It was sealed into a cage and turned into a small world. He is consuming his life force. If he wants to attack, he will have to pay the same price. Everyone, there is no need to be afraid. The great underworld ancient king said. He was like a god that rushed out from the underworld. There were many figures. More than 10 ancient kings moved forward, surrounding the white-robed divine king once again. However, every single one of them was incomparably cautious, afraid that they would be killed in a single strike. Let's attack together and kill him. He is consuming his own life force and won't be able to hold on for long. A rather radical ancient king roared and took the lead to attack. He opened his mouth and a heavenly river appeared. This was produced by an ancient mirror he spat out. Saint laws were activated and entered the small world in front. Ding! A musical note jumped out, a murderous sound erupting, hacking apart the silver natural laws. It moved along its trajectory, rushing towards that ancestral king. Poof! A flower of blood blossomed. Even though this ancient king dodged in time, blood still splashed out from his shoulder, instantly pierced through. A black hole appeared there, devouring the blood. The others also joined in to help the ancestral king kill Jiang Taishu. Streaks of divine chains entered the Pure Land one after another, interweaving into a large net. Saint Dao refining net, grind together, crush his body. An ancestor king shouted and took the lead to spit out a mouthful of primordial source energy. The others followed suit and sealed the Pure Land. Together, they weaved a Daoist net to destroy Jiang Taishu. They didn't want to take the risk. They wanted to use the safest method to kill the divine king and refine him with their saint origin. Streak after streak of light surged. Their bodies began to burn, and every single one of them shot out a streak of light that entered that small world, turning into tribulation flames. Within the Pure Land, the divine king was extremely calm. Both of his hands plucked the zither strings, and a divine melody flowed out. At first, it was a tinkling sound, and then it gradually became more resounding. Jing Jing vibrated as it tore through the heavens. A streak of divine light rushed up and pierced through the Daoist net. Like a divine sword piercing through the heavens, it directly slashed out. The dozen ancient kings were all shocked. "Don't worry, he has paid the same price. We can exhaust him to death," someone shouted, because he saw another streak of blood seeping out from the corner of the divine king's mouth. In the center of the Pure Land, a streak of blood dripped down and landed on the divine king's snow-white robe. It was like a blood-colored plum blossom, shocking everyone. Many cultivators of the human clan were worried. This was not the way to go, and the white-robed divine king would die with regrets. The dozen ancient kings roared, and the primordial source energy they spat out became even thicker. It turned into a divine sea, drowning the area in front of them, not giving the divine king any chance. Zheng zheng zheng. In the Pure Land, the divine king's hands quickly plucked the zither strings like iron swords, producing waves of clanging sounds. The sound of killing was deafening, and it was very different from before. The purgatory formed from the saint origin energy was slashed by the heavenly swords one after another. Finally, a crack appeared, and then a piece collapsed with a loud bang. Clang! The divine sound was like a blade, cutting into everyone's heart and emitting a cold metallic sound. "Ah!" An ancient king cried out, bearing the brunt of the attack. Half of his body was torn apart by a visible ripple, and he was sent flying. His primordial spirit was destroyed, and he died on the spot. "What? You can kill people like this?" The others were astonished. Blood seeped out from the divine king's mouth. He had paid a considerable price to break through this cage, so he naturally wouldn't stop here. He forcefully plucked the zither strings, and another ripple could be clearly seen. "Pif!" In front of him, another ancient king cried out as blood splattered everywhere. He was instantly killed by the divine tune, and both his body and soul were destroyed. "Kill, he won't be able to hold on for long," the remaining people shouted. All kinds of divine laws flew out and rushed in the direction of that ripple. At the same time, the Blood Lightning Queen, who had been watching coldly from the side, finally made her move. A scarlet cloud soared into the sky as she swung the dragon spear in her hand and stabbed forward. The scarlet-red dragon spear was burning fiercely as boundless divine flames burned the void. Countless Tao patterns flowed out and transformed into a world-destroying divine spear. It shattered the vacuum and arrived in front of the divine king. This spear was simply too fast. Like a blood lightning, it slashed out a black rift in the void as its speed was displayed to the extreme. Clang! One of the zither's strings jumped up and transformed into a transparent horned dragon. It coiled around the peerlessly sharp blood-colored spear tip and let out waves of Tao sounds and dragon roars. Pif! The moment the dragon spear was coiled around, it spat out a beam of blood light which pierced through the divine king's shoulder. Bright red blood blossomed and radiated resplendently. The dragon spear disappeared like a divine python as it retreated after a successful attack. Ding! That zither string temporarily coiled around the dragon spear and finally let out a soft hum which penetrated through the red agate like divine spear. Pif! In the distance, the Blood Lightning Queen's body shook violently as a few terrifying cracks appeared on her entire arm. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as she took a few large steps back. Divine King physique truly lives up to its reputation after becoming a saint. She wiped away the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth and overflowed with even more murderous intent. The surroundings were deathly silent. Even those ancient kings were a bit scared. The Blood Lightning Queen's strength was so powerful, yet this kind of fatal attack had actually injured her. "Kill him, don't give him a chance. Don't let him escape from that cage. His life won't last much longer." the great underworld ancient king said in a deep voice. The great battle began once again. These ancient kings all stepped forward and unleashed their most powerful attacks towards the Pure Land. Divine light crisscrossed and surged. An ancient king screamed as he was sliced apart by a zither string that had rushed out of the Pure Land. Under the gentle hum of the divine sound, he turned into a rain of light and disappeared into the Tao laws of heaven and earth. Another ancient king was killed. The divine king himself also swayed and his face became much paler. Another strand of blood appeared on his snow-white clothes. What should I do? Yi Fan couldn't hold it in any longer. He wanted to reveal his trump card and kill his way over to help the divine king. No matter what, he wouldn't let this tragedy happen a second time. He definitely couldn't let the divine king die. Land of the 9 underworlds, underworld earth rises and sinks, reincarnation. Suddenly, the great underworld ancient king shouted in a low voice. In that instant he used a forbidden technique. A desolate underworld earth appeared and suppressed down, sucking the divine king inside. You finally succeeded. The Blood Lightning Queen was astonished. Then, she quickly took action to help. The others also activated their divine laws. The underworld earth was dim and lightless. Black mist lingered about and not a single blade of grass grew. A yellow spring surged, leading to an unknown distance. How could I have succeeded? It's only the initial appearance of the underworld earth. Help me, suck him inside. I'll suppress and kill him. The great underworld ancient king said. Boom! More than 10 people took action together and finally sucked the divine king inside with the underworld earth. Everyone suppressed him together, wanting to close this strange black prison. Clang! In front of the divine king, the ancient zither shone resplendently. His hands moved, and his mind seemed to be immersed in it. His essence, energy, and spirit were imprinted on it. At this moment, a sky-shaking rumble was emitted. This wasn't like the sound of a zither, but rather the sound of the first movement of the universe and the beginning of the world. Chaotic light shone, deafening. Miserable cries rang out. 2 ancient kings were killed, their bodies smashed into pieces. They collapsed on the heaven-connecting platform, and even the void became scarlet. The world of the underworld couldn't be closed. The divine king sat cross-legged in the void. Everything within a radius of 30 meters was sparkling and translucent. 10,000 flowers floated down. His expression was calm, and the zither music returned to its original rhythm. A small pure land was stuck in the underworld earth. It couldn't be entered or exited, and it was in a deadlock there. The human race's divine king is too terrifying. The 10,000 ancient races were all afraid. Even saint kings can't suppress him. How troublesome. Yuan Gu frowned. The heavenly prince sneered. There are so many experts among the 10,000 races. Back then, even a peerless character like the divine silkworm princess was impaled to death with a single spear. If he really jumped out, it would be enough to flatten the world. Underworld god reincarnation boundary. The great underworld ancient king roared. He used all his strength. At the crucial moment, life and death were about to be decided. The others also helped, and all kinds of splendor flooded the Jade Lake. The terrifying aura was vast and mighty. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were about to be beaten to the point of collapse. Within the 30-meter pure land, the divine king's right hand was holding, wiping, flicking, hooking, and piercing. His left hand was holding, chugging, pouring, and striking. His entire body was suffused with clear light. The divine sound was like water, peaceful and tranquil. The sound waves weren't very loud, but they shook the mountains and rivers and cleansed the souls of people. This was the true song of the gods. At this moment, the divine king was extraordinary as if he didn't belong to this world. He sat cross-legged in front of the void immortal zither. His hands moved and the world became peaceful. In the end, with a loud cry, the great underworld ancient king's head tumbled down. It was cut off by a clear sound, and then it exploded, filling the sky with blood. What? The great underworld ancient king is also dead? How could this be? Just how powerful is that hero? Everyone was shaken. In the Pure Land, Falling flowers danced in the air like the tears of a god. They fell down, flickering with light as they floated beside the divine king and landed in front of the ancient zither. At this moment, blood continuously flowed out from his mouth. He couldn't swallow it back even if he wanted to. The sparkling petals floating down were all dyed with blood. He had also paid a considerable price. However, he was still an undefeated legend. Even though his injuries were extremely heavy, he still made people feel deep reverence.